good question. No, just pick a random topic. Give this time the time. Seriously. Does it always do that? That's just it's something that's happening. No, that's what I spoke about yesterday.
Oh, you mean a PDF of this or a PDF of the text? You mean a PDF of this or a PDF of the text? Yeah. I have a PDF of the text. Yeah, my one does. Ask him on it.
Are we speaking English?
No, no. What do you say? It's not the same thing. It's much easier to distribute a PDF. That's all. هذا الأمر يتكرر. What is this?
That type of stuff is very, very
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So we're going to start, inshallah, as people are slowly trickling in. We're just going to start off with a short little activity before I introduce our guest scholar here today, inshallah. So if I can ask everyone on your phones, on your smartphones, if you can go on your browser to slido.com, and that's spelled SLIDO.com. So once you get there, it's going to ask you to enter a code. You can enter the code that some of you already see on the screen, which is Q111. And it'll ask you if it's about the April seminar, which you're going to click on. And then there's one question that I want everybody to answer. And that question is, what comes to mind when you think about Islamic ethics? Which is our topic, inshallah, for today. So this is completely anonymous. You guys can type in whatever actually comes to your minds, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so some of you said virtue, balance, the Prophet ﷺ. Waiting on the rest of you to type in your answers, inshallah. Justice, mashallah. Transformation. Prophet ﷺ. Salvation. A road to Allah. MashaAllah. Good character. That's good. That's a big variety of things that come to mind when you think of Islamic ethics. A debt, a way of life with everyone. A path to peace of mind. MashaAllah. Rights. Okay. Life. Alhamdulillah. Okay, that's good. You guys, someone's having a little fun with it. I can see they're putting in multiple answers, which is good. That's good. It's a broad topic, but inshallah we'll learn today, and inshallah Shaykh Omar can further narrow that down for us and help us understand. So my name is Sadia, for those of you who don't know, and it's your first time here. Actually, just out of curiosity, who's here for the first time at Seekers Hub? MashaAllah, welcome. MashaAllah. Okay, so that's good. That's good. You guys are all familiar then, so I don't need to do any fancy introductions. But inshallah, I'll be your MC today. And we're very honored here today to have Shaykh Omar Qureshi with us. He is a faculty member of Zaytuna College, and he has served as the principal of the Islamic Foundation School in Villa Park, Illinois, for 7 years. He's evaluated schools in Illinois for the Illinois State Board of Education. He completed his PhD in the Cultural and Educational Policy Studies of the Philosophy of Education program at Loyola University in Chicago. And his main areas of concentration are comparative education and philosophy of education. Furthermore, he studied various Islamic sciences with scholars in Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Damascus. So, alhamdulillah, we're very honored to have someone of his caliber amongst us and to teach us today. And inshallah, we look forward to benefiting. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Shaykh Omar Qureshi to begin our seminar today. Jazakumullah khair.
Let me know if you can't hear me, because I don't speak loud. If you can't hear me, let me know. طيب أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على مولانا محمد في كل لمحة ونفس عدد ما وسع علم الله يا عليم علمنا من علمك ما ترضى به عنا ولا تؤاخذنا بما تعلمه منا يا حليم خلقنا بخلق الحلم وحققنا بحقائق العلم سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. Now, so alhamdulillah, I want to thank Seekers Hub for hosting me and being so gracious in their hosting, and also for recognizing the importance of the topic of ethics, and in particular this treatise written by Adluddin al-Iji radiyallahu anhu, Risalatun fi ilm al-akhlaq. And everybody should have a hard copy of the Risala itself, and we will cover as much of the Risala word for word in this time frame, which is basically about 5 hours. But we don't intend to complete the Risala. The intention here is to give an overview and some of the necessary theoretical concepts that will help us understand what the approach of our ethical tradition entails, or embodies. And we'll focus, so regarding, in light of that, what we would like to do today is we want to kind of just, before we start to read the text, we want to get into understanding our current condition that we're in ethically. What is the top, how do people approach the issue of ethics in the Western world? And this is the context in which we're living in, and this is the context which we are highly impacted by. So what is the current state of ethics now? And the key term to leave with is that can describe the condition of ethics, as mentioned by many moral philosophers. But the main interpretation I will be taking from is from Alistair McIntyre. He's a world-renowned philosopher, and he went through various stages in his life, from being a Marxist at certain stages, but now he's considered he's a Catholic Thomistic philosopher. And so much of the interpretation of our times and of the current state of ethics philosophically, I'll be sharing is from his work, and in particular a work called After Virtue. It was a work written, if I recall, in 1981, and he's a very influential philosopher, very profound individual as well, and he's written a lot on the current state of ethics in modernity. And I highly recommend his work, and much of what I'll be taking in this part of the program today has to come from his works, in particular After Virtue. And so the key word that he uses, and others as well, to describe our current state is an approach to ethics is that of emotivism, right? I think it's the third term and bullet point. So the emotivism is something that we should leave with, and shortly we'll explain what emotivism is and what it entails. But this is a key word to take from today's this session in particular. And when we talk about ethics, at least in the West, there's 3 levels in which ethics is discussed, and it's important to distinguish those 3 levels. First level is what's called meta-ethics, and it's very broad. It's the broadest of all the 3 categories. But meta-ethics entails or deals with those questions of ethics, such as what's the origin of the terms good, bad, what qualifies as a moral statement, what's the ontological status of good and evil. So it deals with those ideas when we're talking about ethics. Then there's meta-ethics. Then you can get to what's called normative ethics. And normative ethics deals with the rules, ethical principles, right? Based off of kind of whatever conclusions are arrived at on a meta-ethical level. And then you have a third level which gets very specific, which is called applied ethics. So you have meta-ethics, normative ethics, and applied ethics. Applied ethics is where you are dealing with very specific issues, very specific cases, such as you may deal with abortion, you may deal with suicide, you know, deal with physician-assisted suicide, many things such as that. So that's applied ethics. This is not a framework that we as Muslims use and adopt, but it's something that we certainly, Muslim ethicists and Muslim writers and theologians, philosophers, have certainly addressed all three questions, right? Have certainly addressed all three questions. But frequently, when one encounters questions on ethics and discourses on ethics in the West, this is kind of the framework which they use, and it's important to keep that in mind. So there's a level of meta-ethics, which is kind of the origins of ethics. Where does good and evil come from? What do we mean when we say good and evil? And then there's normative ethics, and then applied ethics. And so keeping that in mind here, when Muslim scholars, they will definitely deal with questions of what is good and evil, what do we mean by these terms. Where would one find that in the Islamic tradition? One would find that in books of usul al-fiqh, interestingly enough. Books of usul al-fiqh, one would find discussions of good and evil. That doesn't mean that one would only find them in books of usul, but a major topic in usul al-fiqh is what do they mean by the terms good and evil, or in the Islamic tradition they'll say al-husn wal-qubh. Something is hasan and something is qabih. So that's an usul al-fiqh. But then you also find specific treaties written and dedicated solely to what one would call normative ethics, and that's kind of the treaties that we're going to read today. It's giving very specific conceptions. There'll be a theoretical aspect. The theoretical dimension of ethics is very important, but at the same time, it will explain in detail what constitutes ethical behavior, what constitutes a character trait, and what are the virtues what is a virtue, what are the principal or cardinal virtues, and how do we understand a virtue, how do we acquire the virtues, and so that's what the text that we'll be dealing with today, inshallah. So they are specific texts dedicated to that. The reason why I'm mentioning this is because many people assume or will say that Islamic ethics is the science of tasawwuf. That's Islamic ethics, which is not a correct statement, I believe. Tasawwuf is a specific type of activity and that is the activity of purifying the soul. So it includes ethics, it's inclusive of ethics, but the activity of tasawwuf, of suluk, is wider than ethics. And they are actually virtues that are specific to what a salik, a person who is on the spiritual path, that may not apply to a Muslim who's not actively on the spiritual path. The virtues we're speaking about today are virtues that are common to all Muslims, whether they're on not just relating someone to someone who's engaged in the life of tasawwuf. So my argument is that it's not incorrect to conflate tasawwuf with Islamic ethics or with akhlaq. I think akhlaq is a component of tasawwuf, but tasawwuf is much more, deals with many more issues and topics, and it has its own framework of virtues that extend way beyond just akhlaq. Another issue that people will say, argument people will say, is that Islamic ethics is adab. Here again, I would argue that adab is again much more inclusive than, it includes ethics. There's no doubt about that. If you look at manuals of adab al-alim al-muta'alim, you look at adab al-tabib, what are the adab that a physician should have, what are the adab a teacher or a student should have and possess, what are the adab of a judge, adab al-qadi, what are the adab of al-katib, of an administrative secretary. They definitely include akhlaq, but there's many more virtues and that are more than just what we're going to cover in ethics. So it's important to situate kind of what we're reading here. And so I wouldn't conflate akhlaq with adab, and I would not conflate akhlaq with tasawwuf. I think both of those disciplines or both of those ideas include akhlaq. Akhlaq is a component of those, but not it's not the entirety of those two enterprises. So what we're dealing with today, so that hopefully we'll give a definition of what does ilm al-akhlaq, what is the subject matter of ilm al-akhlaq. We'll come to that, inshallah, after our introductory session here. So, in general, Western frameworks, in general, they are, philosophically speaking, two understandings or two approaches to ethics. And what we're speaking about here really is from the 18th or late 17th century, 18th, 19th century onwards in the West. We're not speaking in the 14th, 15th, or 16th century. So if you, the two general approaches are what they would call cognitivism and non-cognitivism. So there's, and this is what we call two broad families of ethics. And how do you make the distinction? Well, if you were to say, if you were to take an ethical statement such as lying is wrong, right, or murder is wrong, if you were to take this statement, what type of knowledge does this statement impart to us? What is the statement telling you? Lying is wrong. You should not lie. Here, so this is a qadiyya, right? This is a proposition, right? You have lying and you have wrong, right? And you are establishing a nisbah between the two, and you're affirming that lying is wrong. So there's an affirmation between lying and wrong that you are establishing here. This is standard logical proposition here, a qadiyya. So what's being stated? What is that telling us, right? Well, a non-cognitivist would say that the statement lying is wrong is, all it's saying to you is that I do not like lying. That's all it's saying. It is a statement that is expressing, lying is wrong, expresses my disapproval of lying. You see, that's a non-cognitivist approach to ethical statements of morality. And emotivism is a type of non-cognitivist approach to ethics. And non-cognitivists will claim that ethical language, it doesn't describe the world. So, I would say, if I were to say, the water in this cup is cold, this is a statement of fact. That statement, the water in this cup is cold, is describing something in the world that exists. There's water. I'm affirming coldness for this water. A non-cognitivist would claim that saying lying is wrong. It's of a fundamentally different ontological statement than saying the water in this cup is cold. The water in this cup is cold is describing something that actually exists. Saying lying is wrong is describing nothing that exists. It's not descriptive of reality. It's not a fact. All right, so that's the approach of a non-cognitivist. What is that statement saying then? That lying is wrong. Well, it's not describing anything in reality. What it is saying, according to a non-cognitivist, is that lying is an expression of your disapproval. Lying is wrong is an expression of your disapproving of lying. That's all it's saying. And hence, according a non-cognitivist approach to ethics is what could be described subjective, not in the sense of we have to talk about a subjectivism here a bit as well. And one way of saying for a subjectivist, saying X is wrong or saying X is good is saying that, lying is wrong means all you're saying is you're expressing your attitude towards lying. I don't like it. And saying that giving in charity is good is saying I like charity. That's all you're saying. It's not describing anything in the world. Hence, you can't say, if this is true, if based on the non-cognitivist approach, saying lying is wrong, if I can say, like, what's the consequence of this distinction? If I were to say, well, the water in this cup is cold, I can actually assess, is this statement true or false? Because it's describing something in reality. I can say, is this something true or false? But the statement, lying is wrong, can that be true or false? According to a non-cognitivist, the answer is no. That brings up a lot of problems for ethics then. If you can't say an ethical statement is true or false, it brings up a lot of problems for ethics. And hence, if an ethical statement on the non-cognitivist approach is not susceptible to being true or false, it excludes it from the category of facts. So there's no such thing as an ethical fact. A factual statement, right, the category of facts excludes ethical and moral statements. What are ethical statements? They're just statements that express what they call statements of value. They just express what you value or what you don't value. They don't so hence true and false don't apply to them. Ethical statements. And you can think of some of the consequences of this understanding of ethical statements. Basically, no one can say that, so in other words, saying lying is wrong is equivalent to saying, I like chocolate ice cream. Or I don't like chocolate ice cream, more accurately. Right? And they're basically the same thing. Someone says, I don't like chocolate ice cream. Okay, you're expressing your tastes, what you approve, you disapprove of. Can you blame the person for that? And hence it differs. Well, person A likes chocolate ice cream, person B doesn't like chocolate ice cream. Right? So in other words, the truth value statements are relative. You can't, whatever that person says, they just follow what they hold to be true then, ethically. So that renders ethics and the discipline of ethics to the dimension of the subject only. On a cognitivist approach, right, they would say no. Ethics, moral statements, they express your belief about something, not just whether you like or dislike something, right? There's actually moral properties, just that you are ascribing actual moral property to the act of lying. When you say lying is good or lying is wrong, murder is wrong, you are ascribing an actual moral property to the act of murder or the act of lying. And hence, you can say, is this, if that is the case, according to the cognitivist approach, then you can say and assess, is the statement lying is wrong true or not? It can be true or false, and you can assess that claim. Okay? And this leads to two broad approaches in the West, in Western philosophy, towards ethics. Needless, hopefully it's obvious. And what do you think the most dominant approach is in our cultures? The non-cognitivist approach, right? It's the most common, understanding of this. So, how do we get to this mess? I already gave an evaluative statement calling it a mess, right? How do we get to our situation that we're in? It's not a good situation. I would put that much, let's look at some of the key individuals, just broadly, and we can't go into in depth, but hopefully this will provide some background to appreciate the risala that we're going to read and to appreciate the framework that al-Iji radiallahu anhu will provide to us, inshallah. So, David Hume, right, 18th century philosopher, empiricist. He's an empiricist, right? And so he argues against cognitivism in the following way. So he's a non-cognitivist, and a lot of his approach to ethics and his philosophical positions have created the approach of emotivism that informs our current culture or describes our current culture. So he says, well, moral judgments can motivate actions. Right? When you say something is wrong or something is right, either you want to do something, or, oh, this is a good act, and that so serves as a type of motivation to actually do that act. And when you say something is wrong, something is evil, you want to refrain from that particular act. So you have these acts these statements that motivate someone. But if you say a statement like, oh, there's water in this cup, does that motivate you to do anything? That statement alone? It doesn't. Right? So that's his first statement, is that moral judgments can motivate actions. His second premise, he'll say, is that reason cannot motivate action. Right? Reason cannot motivate action. And what he means by this is that, so he's trying to establish a statement from reason, right? And he assumes number one to be true, but when you make a judgment on reason, saying that, well, there's water in this cup, that's a statement based off reason. That doesn't motivate someone to do something. So hence, what he's trying to say is that, well, we have statements that motivate, and we have statements of reason that do not motivate a person to do an act. Hence, moral statements must be something separate from reason. In other words, the grounding of these morals, of these type of statements, of moral statements which motivate, it can't be reason. It can't be the intellect, right? It can't be reason. It has to be something else. And therefore, he makes the conclusion that, okay, moral judgments are not equivalent to judgments of reason. Because if they are of a different category of judgments. So he's separating now reason and morality. Is that clear, how he's separating this? And he's using the distinction that moral judgments do motivate and can motivate, whereas statements of reason do not motivate. And so he makes this argument, and this is something that he insists on, like this is a particular syllogism that he insists on. And so where do moral judgments reside then? What's the basis of our moral judgments if it's not reason? Well, he'll say it's desire. That's why, and so moral judgments are grounded not in reason, but they're grounded in desire. And hence, when you make a moral statement where you are expressing your desire. You're expressing and a moral statement is in actuality an expression of your desire, of your feeling. This is the non-cognitivist approach, exactly. And you can think about a lot of, I'm sure each and every one of us, not some of the younger ones, have gone to university at some point of our life, and think about, a class, or think about the debates and arguments that you've experienced on campus. Think about a lot of the current debates that are being conducted. Look at the state of ethical discourse. Are they really talking to each other in a not reasonable, but in a manner that's grounded in reason? Or are they just stating their position? And, end racism now. Yes, we would agree with that. But when you speak to people about why should we end racism now, what does this statement mean? Many people aren't able to argue based on reason, judgments, based on reason of why we should end racism. Or when people are expressing why we should be acceptance of their identity or their sexual orientation or things like this, if you look at the transgender movement, for example, and the arguments for transgenderism, when you start to logically and based on reason engage and have a discourse, get into a dialectic regarding this position, it doesn't go very far, because most of the time it's just expressing it comes down to what David Hume was speaking about, their desire. They're just expressing how they feel about this issue, right? And you can probably go to, well, because it's unequal or it's not expressing equality. You can go to maybe one premise back, or possibly even two premises, but then after that it just kind of stops. When you talk about what's your notion of equality, well, why should equality? Well, why should freedom be the principal virtue or the principal ethical concern instead of equality, or instead of, and can you have freedom and equality together, right? Can you, all of these things, and you start to speak at that level, then the conversation kind of stops. Well, why? Because most of the time when they are expressing their political positions, it's usually an expression of how they feel and their desire. That's the argument I would make. Hopefully, let's see if we're right or wrong on this. That's what it seems to me when I look at and I pay attention and read a lot of the arguments and written by individuals. That seems to me what the case comes down to. And there's certain things that you can't question anymore. And if you even ask the question, merely asking a question automatically implicates certain things about you, and therefore that path of investigation is closed off. And you can't, you just have to assume that the premises are true. You can't question the premises anymore. And a lot of times I believe the reason is because once you open up the doors to questioning those premises, it's very difficult to establish them and to provide evidence for them. Especially if you want to provide evidence in commensurate with their enthusiasm, right? Behind supporting certain these premises. But, we can talk about this more, inshallah. But a consequence, so the splitting or the grounding now of ethics, this is all from Hume onwards, right? The grounding of ethics now is not in reason, it's in desire. A consequence of grounding moral judgments in desire is that one cannot infer a moral judgment from a factual judgment. This is something we'll go into some detail. It's known as if you have an ought statement, or how can you derive an ought statement? I ought to do X, right, which is a moral statement, from an is statement. The water is cold, therefore I ought to, right, do X, Y, and Z. Can you derive a moral statement from a fact? And what Hume is going to say is no. He's going to say no, you can't. You cannot derive a moral statement from a factual statement. Well, why? Well, one is grounded in reason, a factual statement. The other one's grounded in desire. There's no relationship between the two. You see? So you can't. The relationship now between reason and desire and moral statements, between a statement, an is statement, and an ought statement has been broken now, that relationship. So this is known as a fact-value distinction. How many people have heard this before, fact-value distinction? Good. So it's not totally unknown to us. And many times you just know about these things. You do, because we live in a culture. We can't be protected from these type of things. We may not know the term fact-value distinction, but unfortunately you'll probably think in this way, not knowing so. That's okay though. So this has been the state of ethics for some time. But then an individual named Immanuel Kant, who I'm hopefully you've all heard of, he comes along and says, this is not working. He sees the problems with this. He says, no, this is not working. So he's going to try to argue now that, no, we can ground ethics in reason. Of course, he has a major project to provide reason its proper place in his work, The Critique of Pure Reason. Very important work in Western philosophy. Kant is by far one of the most influential philosophers of our times. So he's going to say no. He's going to argue contra Hume. He's going to make an attempt and argue that to establish morality, establish ethics in reason itself. And what he's going to conclude is that if it is, because according to Hume's scheme, ethics now becomes, there's nothing that can bring us all together. Because if ethical statements are just statements of an where you're expressing your feelings and your desires, well, you have your desires, you have your desires, and they're all different. And hence ethics and morality is different for everybody. And this leads to kind of a subjectivism or a relativism, right? A sort of relativism. Kant doesn't want that. And he's going to say, no, we need to ground ethics in reason, and hence, if we do so, well, when we say someone's a human being, you're a human being, you're a human being, you're a human being, what's one of the central components of a human being? How do we define a human being? It's a rational animal. You ground ethics in rationality, well then, now ethics can be the same for everybody. Why? Because everybody has reason. You see, that's Kant's, I'm summarizing a lot here, so don't worry about this. The whole point is just to kind of give us a background of what's going on here, of our times. So, Aristotle's, him grounding ethics in happiness, eudaimonia, right, in his famous Nicomachean Ethics, Kant wasn't happy with that. That's kind of what Hume was arguing, because Aristotelianism was the major metaphysical background to ethics prior to Hume, prior to the Enlightenment. These are all Enlightenment thinkers we're reading here, or we're speaking about. So happiness, which is Aristotelian, what's happiness for one person is different than the happiness for another person. It's different than happiness for another person. So it differs, and it ends up, for Kant, he's saying this is too vague. Happiness is too vague of a moral guide, right, to ground our ethics, and it can't be a reliable basis for ethics, happiness then. Well, Kant is going to say it's practical reason, or we have to look at. We have to look at practical reason, and that can serve as a reliable source of ethics. And reason will provide maxims, which are universal, and this is important. So what is an ethical statement? When can a proposition qualify as an ethical proposition? For Kant, is that it has to be a universal, and this is one of the key characteristics that for Kant, that an ethical statement has to be universal. This universalizability is a test for whether a statement can be an ethical statement or not. It has to be categorical. I'm sure we heard the categorical imperative. And it has to be internally consistent as well. Right, this is what Kant, he's going to lay down some of these conditions for a statement to be a moral statement. So, example is, he'll say as well, always tell the truth. Always tell the truth. Always keep your promises. Do not commit suicide. Well, these statements are universalizable. They're universal. They're categorical. And they are internally coherent from a logical perspective. Anybody disagree with these statements? Anybody disagree with Kant's categorization? So what you're saying is, well, why not the opposite of these statements? And who determined that it has to be these statements? So what you're saying is, always keep your promises, always lie. Why should we choose between the two? Well, that's a good question. What will we say? There'll be exceptions too? But then they wouldn't be universalizable, right? They wouldn't be universal. If there are exceptions. So for Kant, then that wouldn't. For him, always keep your promises. You should always keep your promises. There should be no exceptions to that. Yes?
I think the non-cognitive non-cognitivism, which is morality, if we establish that the emotional feelings or emotional actions that are consequent to someone lying to someone else, putting that person as a disadvantage, because you lied to that person, or you stole from that person, or you killed some people of that tribe. If we establish that the prejudice and the disadvantage you put those people in, or if you are a racist against a certain race, this becomes a fact. So the feelings that are generated, although they are feelings and non-cognitive, but we have established these are facts, and then you can work with reason based on those established facts. So you can apply reason to ethics in this case, and that's what makes them universal. So you can never be racist, you never prejudice anyone, you never steal, and that's what makes them universal. It's converting the emotions coming out of a non-cognitive morality and treating it as a fact. Because throughout history, those who have been disadvantaged and being discriminated against, there's a certain feeling established from that, and then it's a fact. This feeling is a fact. So it becomes universal.
But what Kant would argue is it's also a fact that those feelings change from person to person or group to group and time to time.
Anyone who has been discriminated against, probably most of us here have been. I think we share the same feeling.
But what about someone who hasn't been discriminated against? They don't have that feeling. Or someone who's doing the discriminating. The agent who's discriminating, they don't have that feeling. So it's not universalizable.
But that feeling is expressed from those who have been subject to that feeling, and since it is expressed, it becomes a fact. So we do not want to. But that's what's happening in the United States. Most people, let's say, who voted for Trump, probably they never had that feeling. But probably that ignorance that some people do have that feeling allowed them actually to actually adopt a morality and vote for someone like Trump.
I mean, Kant would say that's a slippery slope that you're proposing, because that's exactly what he's unhappy with is that feeling is only specific to a group of people. And how can it may be a fact, but it's a specific fact, right? And so what Kant is looking for is you have to have something that is not a fact for a group of people. It has to be a fact for a person by virtue of them being a human being, not a specific type of human being, like a human being who has undergone discrimination. It has to be a human being qua human being, by which that's the universalizability lies in that. It can't be a human being who's only for people who are of a certain age or of a certain gender, or it has to be human being qua human being, universalizable in that sense. And that's why he says reason, because reason, no matter if you've been discriminated against, you haven't been discriminated against, if you're male, if you're female, if you are whatever, you have reason. That's what defines you as a human being. And hence, it has to be something that's grounded in reason, and therefore it's universalizable.
So how can be racism unethical based on reason then? You need to establish some reason for racism.
That's fine, yeah, he'll get to that. Yeah, from a Kantian perspective, yeah, he will, because he has another principle that you should not treat a human being as a means, as a means to an end, right? And he says that's a categorical imperative. You should always treat a human being, So he'll probably argue that racism is a form of treating human beings as a means to an end, rather than treating them as a human being and not serving some other end. So he has other ways of justifying that. But I think the point that we have to understand is that it cannot be grounded in just people's feelings or desires, because then it's just not universalizable anymore. That's a problem that Kant is trying to argue against. Well, we'll take some time. I hope you're. But I think the point that you shared, I just want to stress this. what's the problem with Kant, though? Nietzsche and others and will say, or Alistair McIntyre brings this point up too. The problem why Kant's ethics fails in his understanding is that, yes, these statements, always keep your promises, do not commit suicide, always tell the truth, they are universalizable. They're categorical, they're internally consistent, correct. The question is this, though, to say always keep your promise, right, or do not commit suicide, the question that's unanswered, that ethics needs to answer, is, well, why should I follow this statement then? Always tell the truth. Why? Sure, it's a reason. It's a statement it's a universal statement. It's a categorical imperative. It's it's logically coherent. But just because it's logically coherent, just because it's universalizable, why? The motivating factor, the motivation. Why should I follow this statement? Why should I follow the ethical imperative in this statement? Why should I always tell the truth? To what purpose? To what end? You see? And this is something that Kant's ethics has, this is one of the short-sightedness of Kant's ethical project. He's going to ground it in reason, but then he fails to provide, his ethical theory fails to provide motivations and purposes for following these rules. And it kind of functions in the same way. Well, okay, this water is cold. Okay, so what should I do after that water is cold? Or you should not, or the question is you should not tell a lie. Well, then the question is, why should I not tell a lie? Kant's ethics then is not able to answer that. In fact, his answer will be, well, because it's a universal statement, it's logically coherent, and it's categorical. Well, that's not sufficient for a reason to motivate me to follow this proposition here and implement it. All right. So, this is the key thing with Kant. So he's trying to argue against Hume, grounded in reason, but ultimately his project will fail. Now keep in mind, I'm saying these statements, but these aren't, these are major philosophers here. It's not easy to just argue against. I'm just kind of presenting, as I say, the khulasa, the upshot of what, books and books and books have been written on this topic. To understand Immanuel Kant's philosophy alone itself he's very difficult. He has his own madhab. He has his own terminology, and it takes a lot to study his works. But these are the statements of the great philosophers who have mastered his works and who have engaged in Kant and Kantians and looked at the decades of thought afterwards and the implications of his thought. So they've concluded, certain individuals who I believe their argument, Kant's ethical philosophy fails to provide motivations to acting ethically. So it just identifies what he considers to be an ethical judgment. Okay, this is an ethical judgment, this is not an ethical judgment. He's given a criteria for that. The main question is, well, why should I follow this particular ethical judgment? There's no motivation, there's no answer provided to that question. All right, so, Nietzsche comes after, and he sees the Enlightenment project and the failure of the Enlightenment project. And he grounds ethics in the will. The will to power is a very important Nietzschean concept. We won't get into that. That takes quite a bit of unpacking. But he grounds it in the will. And again, it's not, and then the question comes down to is that, well, the will of each individual, ethics is really a masking of people's desire to gain power, right, in a Nietzschean understanding of this word. But nonetheless, what we're left with throughout this brief historical tour, you could say, of some great ethical philosophers is we're left with what's called emotivism. And here's the definition of emotivism, is that motivism is a doctrine, right, that all ethical or all evaluative judgments, and more specifically all moral judgments, are nothing but expressions of preference, expressions of attitude, of feeling, insofar as they are moral or evaluative in character. This is what emotivism entails. It kind of captures this non-cognitivist approach to ethics. So when I say, when I say racism is bad, it's wrong, all I'm saying is, boo for racism. I'm not expressing anything about the reality. My statement that racism is wrong is not expressing anything of the reality of racism. I am not actually predicating wrongness or evilness to racism, according to this philosophical approach. All I'm saying is, all this statement is saying, the meaning of this statement is that I don't like racism. Boo. Racism I don't like it. That's all. When you say something is right or wrong, you're just expressing your feelings or attitudes. In other words, moral statements are merely statements of how one feels, right? They are not factual assertions. They're not factual assertions. So to say murder is wrong is only to say, I don't like murder. Okay, you don't like murder. That's the same thing as saying, I don't like, certain types of food, right? This is the emotivist culture that we live in right now. This kind of pervades secular modernity. And so this is where we're at. Well, what's the solution to all this? So the solution here is we need to kind of introduce an idea here, is that with the Enlightenment thought, with the onset of the Enlightenment, one of the understandings of the world that was dropped, that they didn't hold on to, was this idea of, Aristotle had, and Catholic thinkers and philosophers, theologians, Muslim theologians, philosophers, they took this idea from Aristotle that, when you look at a particular object, there's his understanding of causality, that there's four causes, right? You have the formal cause. So when you want to build a statue, you have the form of the statue. It's called the formal cause, like what the statue should look like. That exists in the mind of the person who's going to build the statue. You have the material cause, and those are the actual substances and materials that the statue is made out of, bronze, and whatever metals or whatever, materials you're going to use to build the statue. That's a cause for the statue to exist. Then you have the efficient cause. The efficient cause is where a person actually building the statue, right? So the formal cause is in the mind of the statue builder. The material cause is the material the person's using, and then the efficient cause is the person actually building the statue. And then you have what's called the final cause. The final cause now is where, and that also exists in the mind of the person building the statue, is the purpose, the end to which this statue is being built. So if you ask the person, well, why are you building this statue, right? The answer to that question, what is the purpose, why are you building the statue, to what end, to what purpose, that's known as the final cause in Aristotelian terms. So, Hume's conversations and his ethical deliberations, as well as Immanuel Kant's as well, and a lot of the Enlightenment thinkers, even now in our times, in secular modernity, all of our ethical deliberations are taking place in the absence of a final cause, right? In the absence of a final cause. There is no final cause that exists. The understanding was called a telos, right? Teleological thinking of purposes, right? It's not acknowledged in secular thought, especially final causes. Like, what's the ultimate purpose? What's the final purpose of things? That's kind of given away, and formal cause as well. You're left, especially in scientific thinking, with just material and efficient causes. That's what science studies. Yes.
That discussion takes out of the formula what utilitarianism introduced in terms of the consequences of things. So that actually takes us back to cognitivism and to basing down the morality in reason and on the consequences of things in terms of maximum outcome. And I think that this is a major, and John Stuart Mill's
Yeah.
It's a major movement that impacts the way at least the West and governance is shaped.
Yeah, the idea of assessing, like the greatest good for the greatest number of people, They are, yeah, that's also, that's missing from the story. I mean, we didn't want to go through everybody, but, that even that type of thinking as a major ethical theory, as the ethical theory, the problem with that is, again, many people differ on what they consider to be, the greatest number for who, and what is considered good. So you have to ask those questions. Well, when we're considering, well, let's do what's good for the greatest number of people. Well, what is good to begin with? And it's usually reduced to what brings about pleasure or pain. Right? Those acts that will, and so again, you're grounding it in a type of desire, pleasure and pain. And so that kind of goes into a non-cognitivist approach. It has elements of that, where saying something is good is just saying this brings me pleasure, and therefore we should do it because it brings out this act A will bring about the most pleasure for the greatest number of people, and we should not do act X. Why? Because it's something that brings about pain for the greatest number of people. So again, this pleasure and pain is being grounded in desires and feelings rather than any type of. So it's I would say it's a non-cognitivist approach on that. Allahu Alam. Yeah, it has elements of that because there's definitely a reasoning, a practical reasoning. There is that is taking place. There's no doubt about that. So it does contain elements of both, and one could argue that. I would say so. Yeah, it's a very good point. So if all of this is taking place with in the absence of a final cause, this type of teleological thinking, well, this is what produces this fact-value distinction. This you cannot deduce or infer an ought from an is. So let's go spend a little time on that. What do we mean by the no ought from an is problem? Well, let's give a quick example on this. And here we're saying that premise A is, an example of this problem is humans die if you electrocute them. Well, that's a fact, right? Premise B, Susan's a human being. Conclusion, therefore you ought not electrocute Susan, right? So, okay, in this case here, premise A is a fact, right? Electrocution kills human beings. Premise B is a fact. This person named Susan, she's a human being. Those are facts. How can you conclude? The conclusion here is, therefore, you ought not electrocute Susan. How can you conclude that from those two premises? Well, that's a fact. Okay, person A, Susan experiences pain. Okay, so why? That's the question for on a human point of view. How can you say you ought not to do that? How can you conclude that from that fact? Well, for him you can't. That's his argument, right? He'll say you can't. All right, that's an example. It's called the naturalistic fallacy too, and things like this. So this is just to kind of give you a conception of what the problem, the ought is, the fact value, the no ought from it is problem is, right? So, well, okay, this is, again, in the context of, and try to think about any fact from which you can infer an is, and any is from which you can infer an ought from. Try to think of something, right? So this problem exists, McIntyre will argue that this problem exists in the context where there is no final cause. There's no telos. There's no, you're not thinking about the purpose of a particular object, right? But once you introduce what he calls function, if you view, once you view certain objects in functional terms, he says, you can derive something is good or something is bad from an is. So you're going to give the example here. I don't know if I put on there or not, but so what he's going to say is, okay, let's look at this statement. You have a watch, right? Or nowadays we say you have a cell phone, right? And, let's take the watch, stick with that. So he says, this watch is grossly inaccurate, right? It's supposed to say 2:15, but, it's just inaccurate. It's irregular in keeping time. That's a fact, right? That's an is statement. You've observed for a fact that this watch is inaccurate in telling time, and it's not telling time correctly. What can you conclude from that statement? Say it again. You cannot use that watch. You ought not to rely on it. Why?
I mean, if you're going to a value,
Yeah.
so the value is ought, should, so you ought not use that watch.
Okay, but the question I'm asking is why should you not use that watch? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's inaccurate and irregular in time. Because at the end of it, it's not fulfilling its purpose.
Good. We're there. What's the purpose of a watch? To tell time accurately, right? It's not fulfilling its purpose. Can we conclude then that this is a bad watch? So from the fact that this watch is inaccurate, if we don't have in mind the purpose of a watch, we can't conclude that this is a bad watch. But the moment we introduce the idea of, well, what's the purpose of this watch? A good watch, meaning a watch that has the qualities of that we want to instill in it, which is one of those qualities is to tell time, not just tell time, but to tell time accurately, right? A good watch tells time accurately and consistently. So this watch does not tell time accurately or consistently. Therefore, this is a bad watch. In light of, we can arrive at that conclusion the moment we keep the premise or the purpose of a watch in mind. You see? And then we can actually make this conclusion that this is a bad watch. Or, and now once you think of things in terms of their function, just functional terms, right? And this is something that Aristotelian syllogisms actually do not allow for. So when you study logic, when you study Aristotelian logic, something that, this wouldn't meet one of the forms of a valid syllogism. But when you introduce the notion of, you look at these terms in a functional sense, then you are able to conclude if something is good or bad. But only in light of what? Only in light of the final cause or the purpose, the telos of that object. This is important. So when we're talking about ethics now, what's the objects that we have to consider? What's the purpose that we have to assign to what object? Well, not the life of a human, but a human being. What's the purpose of a human being? Right? What's the quote-unquote function of a human being? What was the purpose for which a human being was created? Right? And this is a very important point. When you introduce now the telos of a human being, now you can derive certain oughts from is statements. You can infer a person ought to do X, Y, and Z from an is statement, and keeping in mind the purpose of a human being. This is a very important point. And this is something that in our contemporary times, this is why we have a lot of identity problems, and the people don't know who they are because they don't know their purpose, they don't know their function, they don't know what their purpose for which they are existing, why they're created. And when that's removed and you can imagine, like when that's removed from a culture, there may be some small micro communities, your masjid here, your masjid there, your church here, your church there, synagogue there, but the larger culture in which we live in, in secular democracies, that state does not, secularism by its definition won't explicitly state, especially in John Rawls's interpretation of democracy, it will never provide a comprehensive doctrine or a comprehensive understanding, what he would call of the good life. Meaning, this is, when we talk about the good life, we're talking about the purpose for which, living in accordance for the purpose which human beings were created. And so this is important. So, democratic societies, we live in this type of culture, and we need to recognize that. And it causes a lot of problems. But when you live in mosques, we have those purposes, like a community such as Seekers Hub, where, we understand in general, if not in particulars and specifics, what our general, we agree upon a purpose for why we are created, and coming to a place and coming to masjids and forming those communities. In a community meaning what? What do we have in common? Well, not just that we're human beings, but we're human beings who agree. We share the same vision of the good life, and we're living in accordance with that vision. That's what we should, at least I understand, saying we live in a Muslim community. That's, the word community, what's common, is that we all share in the same vision of the good life. Even though in our greater societies may not have that vision. They may not share in that vision. And it's a challenge, right? How do democracies allow for people with different visions or no vision, to live together? This is a big problem that people are trying to solve. So, in what we have now, let's look at ethics. So McIntyre says it very nicely. You have human nature as it happens to be. Human nature as it happens to be. I don't know if you could see that on there. Is it clear? So, meaning you as a human being now, as you are. But then, according to our vision of human beings, there's human nature as it could be if it realized its telos, right? We're human beings as we are now. We have our whatever state we're in. But then there's a conception of a perfect human, which is a human being achieving or realizing its purpose. Ethics now, the subject matter of ethics, an ethical principle, the purpose of ethical principles, we won't get to the subject matter yet, we'll talk about that next. But ethical principles, ethics is a science which will allow us to move from our state as it happens to be, to our state when we realize our telos. That's what the ethical project is about. It's about allowing us to achieve our telos. And those rules and ethical principles and the ethical life is the life of realizing our human telos. And keep in mind, the telos of cats is different than the telos of dogs, is different than the telos of human beings. Like each created being, as in Muslim understanding theologically and philosophically, each category has its own perfection. There is such a thing as a perfect glass, right? There's such a thing as a perfect circle, and there's such a thing as a perfect human being, right? And so the whole ethical project is, those are the rules and principles which we could employ to realize our true nature, which is our true telos. What the Enlightenment did was to keep the bottom part, human nature as it happens to be, and it kept the ethical principles as well, but it cut off the top part, human nature as it could be if it realizes telos. And hence now in other words, those ethical principles only make sense in light of the telos of a human being. Outside, once you cut off the telos, then the ethical principles don't make much sense anymore. And hence you're led into a lot of these problems that Hume was encountering, and that Kant was encountering, and Nietzsche, and that we are still encountering in our greater culture here. So that cutting off of the telos, of human telos, right, that cutting off of that has left us incapable of making sense of the ethical principles that we just inherited from our previous cultures and previous societies. And all we're left with is human beings as we are, and just a bunch of ethical principles which we kind of want to, it kind of seems weird, to allow uncomfortable. There's a sense of uncomfortableness to say, we should just, lying. Yeah, sure, we could lie. We don't want to throw away these ethical principles. Murder, theft. You shouldn't do these things. We don't. We feel uncomfortable, and rightfully so. But how do you make sense? How do you justify these ethical principles? We're at a loss, and everything that's been proposed has been unsatisfactory, and it fell apart at a certain point in time. And what many thinkers and what we should be aware of, and if you look very interestingly enough at all of our ethical treatises and by our ulama, they always, the first thing they talk about, and when we look at the subject matter of al-akhlaq, it has to do with the perfection of human beings, as human beings. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. And then it saves us from a lot of these problems that we've encountered in the West. All right. I can take some time for questions. There's some more I wanted to go over, but that's okay. We'll save that for another time, inshallah. But if there are any questions, I can take for like 5 minutes and then we'll go. Yeah.
Distinguished himself from Kant and Hume.
Yes?
Nietzsche distinguished himself from Kant and Hume.
He distinguished himself from this, central to Nietzsche's ethical theory was, or his theory of, his philosophy was what he called will to power. So everything, theology, the rules, law, ethics, our motivations, all of our statements mask this will of human beings to power. And he doesn't necessarily mean, or he doesn't limit his notion of power to political power, but power, in his understanding. It's important. It's not a vague concept, but at the same time, it's a very involved concept, Nietzsche's notion of power. And he says ethical statements are really masking, when he say X is wrong, it's, or X is good, I should do X, it's just saying that it's expressing your will to seek power in doing that. This will allow me to seek power and to actualize power. That's all an ethical statement is saying. That's kind of in a nutshell what Nietzsche is getting at. But, and we're kind of living in his legacy. We're living in all three, legacy, and there's other philosophers too, as the sister mentioned. But at the same time, Nietzschean philosophy is very, we're living in his legacy a lot in our times, yeah. Yes?
Is this the philosophy behind the end justifies the mean, which is if the human wants to reach power or to achieve power, it's okay to do it at the expense of other human beings? Is the philosophy behind it?
No, this is not the philosophy behind that, yeah.
The end justifies the mean, what?
Yeah, that's like what we're talking about here, like Hume, Kant, and Nietzsche. That's not the philosophy behind that statement. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
In summary, since the Enlightenment, what's the common consensus of philosophers around equality? I mean, this is all based on humans being equal, but then there are philosophers who do not consider that. So just to get an idea.
Could you clarify, like?
In the context of this philosophical theories, what is the common consensus on equality of human as a human being is equal?
Well, for Nietzsche, that's the whole thing. Human rights, it's just a fiction, right? And much of human rights and equality that has basis in Enlightenment thinkers. But for Nietzsche he's not happy with the Enlightenment. He argues against it, and he's saying it's a failure. So for an Enlightenment thought, yes, you have natural rights, you have human rights, and this, which is much of what the world politically, functions with and takes seriously. But for Nietzsche, he would say this is a fiction. You don't have a human being. How can you have human rights without when you've lost the purpose of human beings? You don't know what a human being is anymore. You just have human beings as they are, not as they should be, which rights and laws, are based on. and the conception of rights. So if you have no proper conception of a human being, how can you develop a proper conception of human rights when the first part of the phrase is unclear to you? That's how Nietzsche would, approach that. Yeah, he would find it problematic, of that. I hope that answered the question. So, yeah, yes.
Isn't Aristotle a functionalist? He says that the purpose of a human being is to achieve eudaimonia.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Aristotle is. So, and remember, like the Enlightenment thought wanted to do away and get rid of Aristotelian metaphysics. That was one of the things that. So yeah, Aristotle. This is Aristotelian in some sense, in a major sense. In the idea that Aristotle, when he talked about Nicomachean in his book Nicomachean Ethics, the first chapter on this, he starts establishing that, well, what is the goal of a human being, and so for him, ethics is eudaimonia is the idea of a human being flourishing, being that a complete human being. We would differ with him on what his conception of a human being is, and his goals of happiness, his understanding of human flourishing was worldly, was just, pretty much this worldly, and it didn't include a component of the hereafter. Whereas for Christian theologians and philosophers, for Muslim theologians and Jewish as well, their understanding of happiness or sa'ada is definitely focused on the hereafter. So there's a lot that would separate our understanding from Aristotle's. But we share with Aristotle the understanding that ethics is based off of an understanding of human beings and human nature. We would share with that. This teleological thinking we would share that with Aristotle, definitely. Does that answer the question, I think? Yeah, sure.
So then doesn't that mean, provided he establishes eudaimonia as the final cause of human being, the function of human being, then wouldn't that be...
Well, he wouldn't say that's the final cause. He would say eudaimonia is a human being living in accordance with their final cause. Yeah, he wouldn't equate the two, but he would say that the good life for him is the human being living, and as of flourishing, you could say, as a human being. Yeah.
Isn't that a universal categorical eternally consistent expression?
For Kant, no, because what is flourishing? What does flourishing entail? And he felt it was too vague. Yeah. No, Kant, he wasn't happy with Aristotle's notion of that. That's why he had to ground it in reason. Yeah. It's interesting, to see Kant's critique of Aristotle. Yeah. Are there any questions here? No.
It seems to me that Thrasymachus in the public, he would have agreed with Nietzsche when he said might is right, without the crudity and...
Yeah, although, he's not, Nietzsche doesn't have solely in mind political power, but that is the motivation for human beings, whenever they will to do something, it has to do with this will to power, yes. He would have a lot of, he would find sympathy with him. He would find much there to agree with, yeah. I would agree with that statement, yeah. All right, let's take let's see here, session 2. Okay, so we'll go until 3. So, all right, now let's move on, and I'll kind of pass over some slides here. Okay, let's look at ethics in the Islamic tradition. So, if we take let's look at ethics in the Islamic tradition here, and the way the ulama, for every science, they have every science has a mawdu'a, or a subject matter. And what differentiates one science from another science? So what differentiates physics from biology? What differentiates theology from ethics? What differentiates ethics from politics? What differentiates politics from ilm al-hadith? What differentiates fiqh from ilm al-nahu? It's all the mawdu'a, it's the subject matter, right? And so what's the mawdu'a? What's the, what's the objective, of ethics? Well, the subject matter of ethics is al-akhlaq al-insaniya. It's the human character traits, and transforming blameworthy character traits to praiseworthy character traits. That's the mawdu'a, the subject matter of ethics. But the objective, why are we doing this? What's the ghaya? What's the end result, the final cause again here? The objective is Tash Kubrizada. He's one of the great commentators on al-Iji's Risala. He says, and he says it very nicely, and you can see so much, there's so much to unpack here in his definition. He says, ghaya, he says, is the takmilun nafs al-natiqa, right? It's the perfection of the rational soul. And nafs al-natiqa is the perfection of the rational soul, by virtue of which, so once the rational soul is perfected, by virtue of which perfect happiness is obtained. So takmilun nafs al-natiqa bis-sa'adat al-fakhira, right? And notice how he'll qualify that by saying, of which perfect happiness is obtained in this world and in the hereafter. Aristotle's conception of happiness really was human flourishing was restricted to this world. For us, it's not just this world, but it's the hereafter, which is very important. So takmilun nafs al-natiqa bis-sa'adat al-fakhira fi daray ad-dunya wal-akhirah. Arabic is nice. They have a saj'a in that. So this is what the ethical project in the Islamic tradition is. It's about perfecting the human soul, perfecting the rational soul, which is the human soul. Other living beings do not possess a rational soul. It's only the human beings that possess a rational soul. And that's what differentiates us from non-human animals. So And then Tash Kubrizada goes on to say is that, okay, the whole purpose of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sending all of his prophets, right, after obtaining yaqeen in our aqidah, after obtaining yaqeen in theological matters, after the next step, the next purpose they have is tahdhib al-akhlaq, is to acquire, is to perfect the rational soul by acquiring the virtues. And here you have the statement of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Bu'ithtu li utammima makarim al-akhlaq," right? And so in the Muwatta of Imam Malik, where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "I have been sent li utammima to perfect the praiseworthy character traits," right? This is the purpose of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam being sent. So, do we have a model of the human being who perfected his rational soul? And yes, we do. This is in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Hence the importance. The Sunnah now takes on a very important color here, and very important dimension, is that this is, when we're following the Sunnah, it is about perfecting our soul. It's about perfecting who we are as human beings. That's what the Sunnah entails. And now, this is why the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was called al-insan al-kamil. He was the perfect human being. So we do believe there is, like we said, this concept of perfection has actually been unfortunately eliminated from our modern culture. We don't think in terms of perfection anymore. In fact, you hear statements like, "Oh, you're perfect just the way you are." In reality, no, you're not. Right? Sorry. It may make you feel good to say, "Oh, you're perfect just the way you are," but in reality, from our ethical point of view of our ethical project, are you really? Who are you really supposed to be? As meaning realizing your telos. That's who you're really supposed to be. And so, if you want to, but we do believe. So now they've conflated or they reduced perfection to your will, right? Whatever I'm doing, as long as it's I am the person making that choice for whatever I want to do, that's all that matters. Did you choose to do this? That's the question people ask. Yes? Okay, that's great. Then it's something you should do. If this will make you happy, go ahead and do it. The question is that how can you define what happiness is without an understanding of the end purpose and the ends for which you were created, your purpose, your telos? You can't even answer that question of happiness. So what makes you happy? Meaning what makes you good, or what's good. So nowadays we don't talk about this idea of perfection is eliminated. And Imam Ghazali, he establishes the relationship between perfection of things and beauty. In other words, a thing is beautiful to the extent that it acquires and possesses the qualities that defines and that composes the essence of that object. Right? And so what makes a human being beautiful? Possessing the qualities that makes you a human being, a perfect human being. And for us, it's the Sunnah. All right, that's why the Prophet ﷺ was beautiful in his soul, inwardly and outwardly. ﷺ. His physical constitution as well was beautiful, as well as his inner constitution. Right? فَالَّذِي تَمَّ مَعْنَاهُ وَصُورَتَهُ. Right? As in the Burda al-Busayri, is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has perfected his ma'na and his surah, al-Zahira, his outward constitution as well. So, the Prophet ﷺ is the insan al-kamil. Now, how do you achieve this perfection? And this is where we'll get into Muslims' theologians' conception of the soul. It's very important to have this conception of the soul. The soul, whether it's an immaterial substance or whether it's a subtle body, there's a debate amongst our ulama, but most of them have held that the soul is a subtle body inhering in the human being, the body of the human being. And so the soul is that which perceives. All of your perceptions are like, what is that agent that carries out your perceptions? It's the soul. It's your soul that perceives. Al-mudrak huwa an-nafs, right? Well, that which perceives is the soul. You have eyes, you have ears, you have these what are called senses, your external senses, the 5 external senses. Then you also have your 5 internal senses as well. Those are not considered to be, so it's not your eyes that perceive, your eyes are an instrument, right? That what's actually perceiving is the soul, but using your eyes as an instrument, using your ears as an instrument, using your taste buds as an instrument, using your olfactory bulbs, right, for smell as an instrument, right? That's how you're making your perceptions. These aren't your only, your instruments of perception are restricted to the 5 external, internal. Imam Ghazali adds a 6th, which is the qalb, the 6th sense. And by that, you perceive things other than what your 5 senses perceive. So there's a 6th sense that we add. Imam Ghazali adds very clearly, it's the qalb. And for that, you can perceive things ma wara al-his, things that are beyond the sensibles, right? So now you have the soul, and it is the agent of perception. The soul has various faculties. Faculties, right, it's a term in Arabic, it's al-quwa, right? A faculty is a quwa. Basically what it means is that and even in English, it comes from the word of power. It gives a certain power, right, to the soul. So the aql is a quwa, it's quwwatun lin-nafs. The intellect is a quwa of the nafs. It's a faculty of the soul. But in general, we have what's called theoretical faculties, al-quwa al-nadariya, and then we have al-quwa al-amaliya. We have the practical faculty of the soul. Ethics is involved with the perfecting of the theoretical faculty, al-quwa al-nadariya, and perfecting the practical faculty of the soul, al-quwa al-amaliya. And we'll get into this, inshallah. But this is when he says here, the perfection of the rational soul, meaning the perfection of those 2 faculties of the soul, the theoretical faculty or the speculative faculty, or the practical faculty, the al-quwa al-amaliya. That's what it entails here. So, these are just some notes here, is that ethics in the Islamic tradition is predicated on, and this is very interesting here, ethics is predicated on an understanding of what it means to be a human being. Allah's given us the answer to this question, what it means to be human. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this in revelation. That's the important point. In revelation, to creation as well as to the divine. So in other words, understanding what it means to be a human being in relation to each other, and the world we live in, and what it means to be a human being in relation to the divine, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The objectives of Islamic ethics is to cultivate the virtues that enable. This is what a virtue, when we say something's a fadilah, something's a virtue, meaning that if you acquire this, this will enable you to perfect his or you or your own humanity, your humanness, in a state of as it should be. So it's important to keep in mind that this is what do we mean by the purpose of a human being? Well, it's also it's embedded in the larger constellation of religious explanation of the purpose of human life. And so let's talk about what is the purpose of human life now. And in this greater context, right, as the Quran's presentation of what's the purpose of human life is the ethical project conceived. So, Ragib Isfahani, radiallahu anhu, he's an incredible scholar on ethics, and his text, I don't know if it's been translated or not, but it has been. There's a book called Path to Virtue, but it's only a partial translation of his book on akhlaq. Al-Dhariya ila Makarim al-Sharia, it's called. It's Al-Dhariya ila Makarim al-Sharia. And it's called The Path to Virtue in English. And this text is very important. It was written prior to Imam Ghazali. And it was written prior to Imam Ghazali. And but some say it was a highly influential text on Imam Ghazali. You see a lot of similarities, in this. And of course, if they agree on the same, conception of human beings, then their conception of ethics will also be very similar. Now, he identifies, some of the first things we have to get clear is what is he states many important things. But one of the important things is that everything that exists, right, every object that exists, it does have a purpose. It has a final cause, right, in the Aristotelian terms. It has al-illa al-gha'iyya, right, an objective, an end to which, for which it exists, for which it has been created. And its perfection, and everything's perfection, again, see, the idea of perfection is very much in the mindset of Muslims, right? And we can't do away with this. If you remove things have a perfection, right, then you're going to end up in a lot of difficulties regarding the nature of reality. And you're going to look at reality entirely different. But when Muslims, theologians, Muslim scholars looked at reality and they studied it, and they look at the Quran, the idea that things have a perfection is very clear. And so that's a central component of our ethics, that yes, things have a perfection, and everything that does have a perfection, it includes its final purpose. So the telos of an object it includes the final purpose. It's a component of the perfection of that object. And so when we say something, the honor, the sharaf of something, the honor, the perfection, the beauty of something is commensurate to the qualities of perfection that object possesses. And so what he says here is that, and every object, in addition to being perfect, has acts that are specific to it that another object does not share in. That's a central part of Muslim metaphysics. And so what are those acts, al-af'al, that are specific to the human being, that no other being or no other creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala possesses? And there's three. So the first, and these are mentioned all in the Quran, the first is imaratul ard, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran, وَاسْتَعْمَرُكُمْ فِيهَا, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned that in Surah Al-Hud, ayah 61. And so the way I've translated it here was that it's cultivating an imara. The idea of imara is very important. Cultivating and populating the earth. This is, Ragib Isfahani is talking about the telos, or the purpose for which human beings have been created. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that and He made you inhabit and cultivate the earth. And so how do you achieve this? Well, he says here it's achieved by acquiring sustenance that will suffice for oneself and for others. Right? So this is one of the purposes for which we're created, and in which we have to, the idea of ma'ash, of acquiring sustenance and cultivating and populating the earth. Right? It's very important for the human race and the idea of being a human being. The second, he says, is ibadatuhu, is the devout worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's mentioned in the Quran, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسِ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. Right, so to Dhariyat in ayah 56. And so this idea here is that how do you know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how do you worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? As Al-Mujahid, the famous student of Ibn Abbas, says, is, his gloss on this verse is لِيَعْرِفُونَهُ, right? Or لِيَعْبُدُونِ, يعني لِيَعْرِفُونِ, in other words, to know Allah. Well, how is that achieved? Raghib Asfahani says, وَذَلِكَ هُوَ الامتثال للباري عز وجل في أوامره ونواهيه. Right, to know Allah is, now he's saying that this is knowing Allah is constituted by adhering to His commands and staying away from those things that He's prohibited, those acts which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prohibited. Then the third is the idea of khilafah, wa khilafatuhu. That's mentioned in the Quran in Surah Al-A'raf, verse 119. وَيَسْتَخْلِفَكُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ فَيَنْظُرَ كَيْفَ تَعْلَمُونَ. Surah Al-A'raf, verse 129. And there are many ayahs that speak about the khilafah. But what is this idea of a khilafah, of a human being a khalifa? It says, وَذَلِكَ هُوَ الْإِقْتِدَاء بِالْبَارِي عَلَى قَدْرِ طَاقَةِ الْبَشَرِ. This entails that a human being adheres to the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in accordance to their situation. في السياسة, right? In governing, right? In governing other human beings and being in positions of authority and in managing communities, right? باستعمال مكارم الشريعة. How? By deploying the makarim of the Sharia, the ethical qualities of the Sharia. Because the Sharia is not just fiqh, ahkam. The Sharia is also the makarim, what they call the makarim of Sharia, those noble qualities and virtues of the Sharia. So what does he define as the makarim of Sharia? He says, well, makarim of Sharia here al-hikmah, is wisdom. وَالْقِيَامِ بِالْعَدَالَةِ بَيْنَ النَّاسِ, and establishing justice between people. وَالْحِلْم, forbearance, right? وَالْإِحْسَان is doing good. وَالْفَضْل, to have virtue. وَالْقَصْدِ مِنْهَا, and the whole purpose of all of this, all these three. So these are the three purposes for which human beings, and these are specific to human beings. No other non-human animal, no other object in creation, whether it's angels, jinn, or, animals or trees, or you name it, no other object in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's creation shares in these three, except for human beings. Right? So you have to identify, now you're getting, what is, when we say human being and human nature, now we're clarifying what that means as part of the ethical project. He says the whole purpose of these three is what? وَالْقَصْدُ مِنْهَا أَن تَبْلُغْ إِلَى الْجَنَّةِ جَنَّةِ الْمَأْوَى وَجِوَارِ رَبِّ الْعِزَّةِ. And the whole purpose of these is to reach Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in paradise and to be in the divine presence. That's the ultimate telos, the ultimate aim of these three aims. So goods and aims, there's final cause, which is to be with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but then that informs other purposes as well. And so this is the concept of the purpose of human beings and the idea of a human telos. And this informs our reading of akhlaq. So when we're asking, are things good and are things evil, should I do this? Ought I do this, right? You ought to do this, or should I not do this? Imam Ghazali, very insightfully, in his discussion on good and evil in Al-Mustasfa, it's a brilliant discussion, and one of the things he concludes is that the idea of good and evil, these terms, good and evil, are idafiyah. These are relative terms. And when we use the term good and evil, or this is good for me, or this is not good for me, this is evil for me, they're expressing a relation. They're relative terms. So, what does he mean by that? Is that it's very insightful, saying that you cannot understand these terms if they're not employed or deployed in relation to a particular goal or a reference point. So when we ask if is doing something good for me or is it bad for me, in relation to what, we have to say, is this good for me? When we're answering this question, we're answering this question with the conception of the human telos, which good only makes sense to us in light of these three purposes for human beings, and everything that will allow me to achieve these purposes that we've talked about is good. Everything that takes me away from these purposes or prevents me or serves as an impediment for me to achieve my true human nature and actualize that is bad or is evil. So it's good and bad. It's always in relation to that. It's very insightful. So the whole purpose of having, we can see basically one of the main lessons is that we're kind of in the we're living in the result of excluding a final end and a final cause or a telos for human beings. And what the ethical project amongst our theologians, it hinders and is on the conception of a human being. And for them, Muslim theologians will say, the terms good and evil make no sense if you remove final ends. Because they're relative, they're relational terms. They're always expressing a relation. Good and evil in relation to something. And if you take away what they relate to, then those terms become meaningless. And so when we say something is good in relation to the human being as conceived of by Muslim theologians and as presented in the Quran, which is, we just have what Raghib Asfahani is presented here. Something is bad if it serves as an impediment for me to achieve my true humanity, who I should be as a human being. Now, okay, I think we have to stop here. We'll take our break. We can take probably one question or one, before we can go on to break if there are any. And then we can go on for a break for Salah, I think, yeah.
Book of Usul, when they talk about Husn al-Tabi'ah, they give three possibilities for it. Could be either to entail blame from Allah Ta'ala, or it could be something which fits me. And what is the third?
And Mustafa Ghazali lists three. So the question was, when the ulama will talk about the good and evil, or husn and qubah, or something being hasan or qabih, then so the first meaning for good and evil applies to that which Allah has. So good is that which Allah has praised, and bad is with that which Allah has, subhanahu wa ta'ala, has censored, right? Another meaning is good and evil is relation to a human being, an agent's goals, their own personal goals. So I want to, I need to go to work this morning, and something is, the only reason why we consider traffic bad is because it slows me down from coming to work on time, right? So my objective is to go be at work on time. Traffic is stopping me from being at work on time, therefore traffic is bad. You qualify that. The third is what someone should or ought to do. He goes, "Mali shaks an yaf'alahu," or li fa'ilihi an yaf'alahu. what a person ought to do. And so these are the three ways in which we use good and evil. And we confuse those. Ghazali's point is that we always confuse the three terms, right? So somebody, somebody may, he gives examples that, somebody may get upset at Allah because Allah wanted, because something took place that stopped them from achieving their own personal goals. But even if their own personal goals was against what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted or asked for to be done. So, we'll say, oh, God is, people make statements, unacceptable statements about God when in these states, but they're just confusing the two terms here, So what Ghazali's talking about is when we use good and evil, and he says all of those three good usages of good and evil, they're all fine. Yeah, he goes, La mashaha fil istilah. They're all istilahat, and there's no problems with that. The point that we have to remember is that we just have to remember what way we're using good and evil when we're speaking it and in the propositions we are talking about. That's in the Mustasfa if you read that. It's a really nice discussion. And the iqtisad al-i'tiqad, he talks about that too in there. And in iqtisad, he has a really nice discussion on that. All right, Jazakumullah khair, inshallah. Sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi sallam ajma'in. So we're taking a dhuhr break right now.
Yes, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair, Shaykh Omar Qureshi. So we're going to take a break for Zohar, inshallah, and then we're going to have some light snacks and refreshments, and then we'll resume right after, and then for another 2 sessions, inshallah, and then we'll have lunch as well. So we're going to call the adhan so break and Zohar should take about 20 minutes, inshallah. So we'll resume back around 3:20. For those of you here for the first time, if anyone needs to renew their wudu, there's just bathrooms in the hallway over there, so you can just come around.
Oh, perfect. No, thank you very much.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So inshallah in about 3 minutes we'll be restarting. So if everyone can start heading back to the main hall. If you have tea or something, you can bring that back with you bi'idhnillah ta'ala to the hall, so don't worry about it. But inshallah if we can start on time, I think Shaykh Omar has a little bit of ground to cover for the rest of the seminar. So inshallah if we start promptly, that will help keep things on time. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum. So if I can ask everyone to come back to the main hall, inshallah we'll be restarting. Jazakumullah kul khair.
طيب أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على مولانا محمد في كل لمحة ونفس عدد ما وسعه علم الله. Now, so we can probably just read a short excerpt. Oh, sorry, yeah, I didn't know it was put in. We can read a short excerpt from one of Nietzsche's quotes describing kind of the modern condition that we find ourselves in. In his Genealogy of Morals, it's very, very descriptive, and you tell me if you agree that this is the type of culture that we're living in. So he says, has man perhaps become less desirous of a transcendent solution to the riddle of his existence, now that this existence appears more arbitrary, beggarly, and dispensable in the visible order of things? Has the self-belittlement of man, his will to self-belittlement, no progress irresistibly since Copernicus, outlasts the faith in the dignity and uniqueness of man, and his irreplaceability in the great chain of being is a thing of the past. What do I press there? Oh, it's not showing? I think that should do it, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So he says that, that has the self-belittlement of man, his will to self-belittlement. No progress irresistibly since Copernicus, alas, the faith in the dignity and uniqueness of man, in his irreplaceability, in the great chain of being, is a thing of the past. So he's accurately describing our condition. He has become an animal, literally and without reservation or qualification. In other words, there's nothing that distinguishes human beings from other non-human animals, right? But this used to be our understanding of the uniqueness of human beings, that we have certain qualities that's embedded in Raghib Isfahani's thought, as we just read, that they are certain acts that are specific to the human being that no other created being shares in. So Nietzsche is describing this, saying that that's a thing of the past, that human beings have become an animal, literally and without reservation or qualification. He who has, according to his old faith, almost lost God. He who has, according to his old faith, almost God. Who has, almost God, child of God or God-man. So this is kind of Nietzsche's very vivid and typical of Nietzsche's description of our circumstances that we find ourselves in. I think it's pretty accurate in his description. So just to review, Raghib Isfahani's his three acts that are specific to human beings that constitute the telos, مَا لِأَجْلِهِ خُلِقَ الْإِنسَانِ, that these are the three things for which human beings have been created, is cultivating and populating the earth, imaratul ard, worshipping God, and being God's vicegerent, his khilafah. And that entails following the Creator to the extent a human being can when governing, through operationalizing the normal deploying the noble qualities of the sacred law. These noble qualities, he said, are wisdom, establishing justice between people, clemency, goodness, and virtue. The objective of being a vicegerent is to arrive to the garden of refuge, Jannatul Ma'wa, and obtain proximity to God, mighty and exalted is He. So that's the ultimate, final purpose of man's creation. But on earth, this is the purpose and function of human beings. So where you see human beings not doing this, whether in individuals or as collectively, as a group or a community, if they are not doing this, then they are not acting in accordance with their nature. They're less human. Not in terms of ontologically, but they're not fulfilling they're not complete in their in terms of fulfilling their purpose. So which is really interesting, because this kind of tells us then, gives us an indication of what ethics in the Islamic tradition covers. And if you look at al-Iji's Risala, right, you see the basic structure of his Risala is as follows. Is basically ethics covers the individual self, right? So ethics will talk about the individual human being, you as yourself, how you should be as an individual. Ethics will discuss, akhlaq discusses and deals with you as yourself, individual self, as you relate to your political life, or the political life in general. And it deals with the social life as well. So when we say akhlaq, right, the science of ethics, it deals with all of these three. And what he means here by the political life, right, it's we can see here is that to get a quick sense of what he means before we get into this is on page 7 of his Risala. Sorry. actually not page 7, but page 17, sorry. So the political life comes under the rubric of, he says, al-maqalatu rabiya fi tadbir al-mudan, right, the government, on the government of cities, or the governance of cities, right? And he starts off this statement on paragraph 4.1. He says that the need for mutual cooperation necessitates humans to organize themselves civically, the idea of tamaddun. So on page 17, al-hajatu ila ta'awun awjabat al-tamadduna wa khayruha kana an mahabbatin. Very beautifully, it's most superior, so the most superior organization that humans can organize themselves. What's the most superior basis of that organization? The principle by which people organize themselves, he says it's the most superior when it's based on love, which is based either on goodness, benefit, pleasure, or a combination of them. So then he talks about the whole, so he's going to what are the principles by which Muslims or human beings will get together. There are many, but the most superior, al-Iji is making the argument, is that if the principle by which they come together is based on love. And then in 4.2, he talks about the political life. The integrals of this organization are the ruler, the subject, and the associates of the subject, right? So this kind of gives some example of what the political life entails. Social life, right? What does he mean by the social life? Well, if you go to page 13, right, he'll talk about the social life. And he says this is where ethics covers social life. You see siyasat al-manzil, on household management. And he says this covers things such as mal, wealth, right? And then so how one looks at their wealth. And he's not talking about just economics here, but he's talking about on what basis do you spend your wealth and how you acquire your wealth, right? Very important. And then he talks in 3.3, he talks about the husband and wife, the family unit. That's important in the social life. And then what are the qualities, principles by which people should get married? And what are the qualities they should look for? And then how they should live together. Right, very important. And so ethics covers that as well. And then also in the social life there are two other categories. It's al-khadam, which are domestics, like people in the household who are helping out the owner of the house and in various tasks. And then the fourth are children, is the child. So the social life covers wealth, husband and wife, the children, and the domestic help. So that's what the social life will cover. Politics now covers the ruler, the subject, and the associates to the subjects. And so what's interesting here is that politics cannot be divorced from ethics, right? Your social life, how you live, socially. We're not talking here, it's probably hard for us to, I'm not talking about like social media or, culture necessarily here, but even your social life, meaning how you get together with others and friendship, building friends, very important. That also comes under ethics. So ethics covers yourself, you as an individual, and then you in terms of how you are with other human beings. And so all the rules that we're going to read, and you read in the book of ethics, impact and inform all of your interactions and all of your engagements and all these spheres of life. Right? So it's very comprehensive, right? So you can't divorce the political from the ethical. You can't divorce the social from the ethical. And you can't divorce the personal from the ethical in the Islamic conception of things. It's very encompassing of all of them. So let's read, inshallah, and let's see what he has to say, radiyallahu anhu. So he says, قال المؤلف رحمه الله تعالى ونفعنا به وبكم. He says on page 1, well, he starts off this saying that in the name of Allah, most merciful and most compassionate, and then all praise belongs to Allah for His gifts and blessings upon His Prophet Muhammad and his folk. To commence, this is a compendium on the science of ethics, ilm al-akhlaq, fi ilm al-akhlaq. I've arranged it in 4 articles. So there's 4 articles in which she's arranged it in. The first one, al-maqalat al-ula fi al-nadari minhu, is the theoretical aspects of the science. So one has to understand the theory of ethics, which we've been talking about quite a bit in some sense, but now he's going to get to what do we mean when we talk about a character trait. And so just a little bit about Aladuddin al-Iji, very little about him, is that he was one of the, he passed away in the year 1355, and he was one of the great Ash'ari scholars in Ilm al-Kalam. In fact, one of his works that he has written, it's al-Mawaqif. It's considered the highest work in Ash'ari Kalam. And there's been numerous commentaries, most famous by al-Jurjani, Sharh al-Mawaqif, and then there's been different hawashi, marginal glosses on the commentary of Jurjani, and it was studied in the Ottoman madrasas, it was studied in the North African madrasas, it was studied in the Mughal in India as well. So it was a very famous manual for the teaching of Kalam. And then al-Iji also wrote many works in Ilm al-Wada', for example, his text in basically philosophy of language. He wrote a work, it's considered an Adab al-Bahth al-Manadara, in dialectics and disputation. He's written a commentary on Ibn al-Hajib's book in Usul al-Fiqh. These are very, very high texts, and he established, his works have been influential in defining the fields that he's written in. And this is his work on akhlaq as well. He was the student, or he studied under the students of Imam Baydawi. Imam Baydawi was one of the great Ash'ari theologians as well in the tradition of Fakhruddin Razi. And he studied under his students, so he was very close to Imam Baydawi, and his writing style resembles that scholastic tradition, the way he wrote his works. The way he passed away because one of the kings, the political figures at the time, they were involved in different insurrections, and he basically imprisoned Aladuddin al-Iji in one of the fortresses, and he imprisoned him there, and then he passed away imprisoned. In that time he died in the year 1355. Allah have mercy on him. Incredible scholar, and so this particular text was taught in the Ottoman madaris, in the Ottoman schools, and it received numerous commentaries, and many of the commentaries are now just being published, and in Turkey actually, and one of the more famous ones is by Tash Kubrizada. He was one of the great Ottoman Hanafi scholars. It's almost synonymous saying Ottoman and Hanafi, I suppose, right? It's almost redundant. But so they're being published now, and I think there's a total of 6 commentaries that have been discovered, and so their manuscripts have been discovered, and they're publishing them. But there's been numerous commentaries on this particular Risala itself. So it was a well-taught book. It was well received by the scholarly community, and it was taught to all the madaris. So it's very, very well-received text, mashallah. So he's going to talk here now about the theoretical aspects of the science, right? And so he says there, he defines, what do we mean by a character trait, right? This is very typical of Muslim scholars in their discourse, is you always have to define your terms, right? To have the proper conception of what we're talking about here, because everything we're going to do is, we're going to derive ahkam, or we're going to predicate and things on akhlaq, and in order to predicate things correctly, we have to have a correct conception. So he says, الخلق ملكة تصدر عنها الأفعال النفسانية بسهولة من غير روية. Very interesting. So a character trait is a habitus, malaka. The word malaka, very important term in Islamic scholasticism, whereby the acts of the soul proceed forth. So when we say someone has a particular character trait, it means that it's a habitus, and I'll explain this term, what he means by habitus. But once a person has this malaka, this habitus, then acts of the soul, because a character, we're going to come to know, is actually you're describing a person's act of the soul. So these acts proceed, but they proceed in a particular manner, right? They don't proceed haphazardly. They don't proceed with difficulty. They don't proceed every now and then. Rather, he says they proceed with ease. So when a person has a character trait of generosity, of hilm, forbearance, they're able to act in a forbearant manner with ease and without any reflection. It becomes second nature when they have this, right? They don't have to think about it necessarily, and they don't have to fight themselves, right? Their internal turbulence to say, should I act upon this thing or not? Right? Should I act in a forbearant manner? Should I act in a generous manner or not? No. Once they possess this virtue, when you say someone has a particular quality, that they are generous, then what it means is that they possess this trait and they're able to act in accordance with this virtue with ease and without reflection. Right? That's min ghayri rawiyatin. And so, what do we mean when we're talking about a particular character trait? What goes on when we're talking about a particular character trait? Well, there's four things. Is it shown up there? Yeah. So there's four things. One is, Imam Ghazali outlines this in his Kitab Riyadat al-Nafs and Ihya. He says that there is the doing of something beautiful or ugly, right? There's the actual you doing that particular beautiful or ugly trait. Then we also have to consider the ability of the person to act in this particular manner. Then there's a cognition of the act. There's a mental component to this particular act. And then he says there's a condition of the soul, and this is the whole idea of what al-Iji is talking about by saying it's a habitus, a malaka. A condition of the soul by which the soul inclines one side or the other, and it renders that beautiful or ugly thing easy to do. So this is what Ghazali is talking about here. Which one of these things, which one of these stages can we say a person truly possesses that character trait? Or actually not truly, just possesses that character trait. Well, he's going to say, well, is by merely doing something good or doing something bad means that you possess, your soul possesses that particular quality, that virtue or that vice? No, actually. Is the ability to do something virtuous or something that's a vice, a khulaq? No. Is merely knowing what a virtue is or what a vice is? Right, so like if we just study this text, does that mean we become virtuous people just by reading it and then put the book down? No, right? It's about what Ghazali is saying is that when we say fulan or so and so is a generous person, so and so is an intelligent, so and so is a forbearant individual, so and so is a kind individual, or the opposite, so and so is a stingy person. It's by the person doing one stingy act once in their life doesn't qualify them to be called a stingy person. There's a difference between the two, is what he's saying. Statements. So he's saying there's that when we say someone possesses a character trait, a khulaq, what we're saying is that a character trait is a term for the condition and inner aspect of the soul, of the person's ruh. That's what we're talking about. Oftentimes, a person who may be generous, they may possess generosity, they may never have done one generous act in their life. And a person who may have done one or two generous acts in their life may be stingy. Meaning the character trait their soul possesses may be stingy. So we can't look at just doing one generous act once every now and then, in our lives, that's going to make us we're going to possess the quality of being of generosity. No. Rather, we have to do it over and over and over again. See, if I do a generous act with the proper intentions and everything like this, of course, then I possess what's called a state. While I'm doing that act, I am in the state of doing a generous act. A hal is called a hal. When I perform that act over and over and over again. See, a hal is something that your soul is in a particular state. It's transitory. It can come and then it goes. How do you get it to stay? How do you get that hal to stay? It doesn't go. How do you give it some permanence in your soul? You perform that act over and over and over and over again until it gains permanence. Once it gains permanence in your soul, once your soul possesses, right, it owns that act, so to speak, then it's no longer called a hal, it's called a malaka. It's called a habitus. So that's what the word habitus means. The difference between a habitus and a state, a hal, a malaka and a hal, is that difference between, the only difference is not in the nature of the act. The act is exactly the same. You're performing that generous act, so whether it's whether you have it's in the stage of it being a hal or if it is in the stage of it being a malaka, it's the same generous act. The difference is, does your soul possess that quality now of generosity or not? Such that once you do that act, it never goes away. That's what's called a habitus, a malaka. If you possess that, if you have a habitus, if you possess that quality after doing it over and over again, then you can truly say that you have this khulaq. You see? That's how they understand this, the understanding of possessing a character trait. So it's not just by doing an act once or twice or anything like this. Right? It's by doing, and this is where the Prophet ﷺ says, إِنَّمَا الْعِلْمُ بِالتَّعَلُّمِ. Right? Possessing knowledge or acquiring knowledge is by studying. Ta'allum, tafa'ul, has this, in the Arabic language, the idea of doing something reflexively upon yourself over and over again. And so knowledge, we know, we study and we have to study, over again. It's never just we read one thing, something once and we understand it immediately. Unless someone has a habitus of that particular craft. Rather, but the Prophet ﷺ continued, وَإِنَّمَا الْحِلْمُ بِالتَّحَلُّمِ. And acquiring hilm, clemency, forbearance, this is a virtue now, is how? How do you do it? بِالتَّحَلُّمِ. By acting and doing the acts of hilm, right? Such that you keep on doing it over and over again, then you can be called someone who is halim. So that's the idea. So the difference is when you do one act of hilm, it's a state, but then it's transitory. It goes away. It's not permanent. But when you keep on doing an act of hilm, an act of hilm, an act of hilm, then your soul changes and it possesses that virtue of hilm. Then you can be called someone who is halim. And what are some of the indications that you possess this act? Is that when you are required to do an act of hilm, it happens with ease, bisuhula, and it happens without thinking, because it's part of your soul. There's a question here that.
Actually, I was going to ask about sincerity. Where sincerity comes from? I guess I've heard of these before.
No, sincerity has to do with the reward or punishment of the act, right? And that's.
Show off, like if you're pretending to be, I guess, a generous person, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the line between, where's that pretending? Even if you pretend repeatedly, at what point is a character as opposed to just still, a sincere character trait as opposed to just an action?
No, because when you say someone's sincere, what are you saying?
Perhaps they're just doing it to show somebody that they have this attribute when they truly don't.
Yeah, well then they're not truly doing that act, though, right?
So it's something cognitive in that case.
No, I mean it's acting. They have the ability to do it. It's the first thing too. They are doing something that fil zahir, according to our understanding, right? Our perception. From our perspective, this is an act of generosity. But with their heart, if they're doing it for showing off or something like that, then then that no longer constitutes an act of generosity. Outwardly, from one perspective, yes, it will be generous from our perspective, right? But from reality, it's not an act of generosity. So because that intention disqualifies it from being a generous act. And so then they won't be, they won't even have a hal of that. It wouldn't even be an act of generosity, let alone a malaka, because the word malaka comes from, milk, to possess something. Even in Latin, habitus, right, and Greek, hexis, right, this is a Aristotelian term, he uses this too, from possessing something, right. So yeah, the person won't even have an act to possess, let alone that, yeah. Yes?
Just what I understood, we couldn't hear well his question, but I think from what I understood, he's asking where the sincerity comes in this framework of the law. And since sincerity is in relation to the intention, and intention is the condition of the act, then, right?
Yeah.
Then this is where sincerity comes in that framework.
Yeah. But sincerity will be applied to all acts.
Yes.
It's not just one particular act, though.
Yeah, but I mean, in this
Yeah.
framework, if you want to see where sincerity
Correct.
comes, this is where we
Correct. Very much so, yeah. Correct. So, this is what we mean here by, this is what he means here by a character trait. So he's defining what do we mean by a character trait. And hopefully that's clear, inshallah, yeah.
When you are talking about hal and malaka, is it the same understanding that you use in tasawwuf of hal and maqam, or it's completely different?
It's analogous to that. It's the same thing, because in the ilm tasawwuf, hal is something that's temporary. Al-hal, yazul, qad yazul al-hal, right? Maqam is something that there's thubut, there's permanence. Same thing here, but the terms we use here is hal and malaka. Yeah. But malaka, you can use the term malaka for other things, not just maqam though. So in the concept of tasawwuf, it's a bit different. But it's analogous to it. The idea that there are states that you are in as a human being that come and go. They're not permanent, and they are states that you are in that are permanent, and they're hard to let go of. And in order to, once you have a malaka, to remove that malaka is very difficult. You have to almost do the opposite of that act an equal number of times, to lose that malaka. So then he asked this question: is that, can you actually change character? Can you have a character? You have qualities. Can you actually change your character? And this was a question that came up it was debated amongst our scholars. Right? It was debated amongst our scholars. Can you actually change someone's character? Why? Because the Prophet ﷺ said in the Hadith Sahih, إذا سمعتم بجبل زال عن مكانه فصدقوه. Right? وإذا سمعتم برجل تغير عن خلقه فلا تصدقوا به. And فإنه يصير إلى ما جبل عليه. This is Imam Ahmad has transmitted this hadith, that if you hear of a mountain moving from its place, you can believe it. Believe that person when he's telling you that a mountain's moved to his place. But if you hear that someone changed their character, don't believe that. And it's a rhetorical device here, that's being used, meaning that the Prophet ﷺ is comparing, the moving of a mountain, which we never, see, meaning that the changing of one's character is less likely to happen than the moving of a mountain, right? So the Prophet ﷺ said this hadith, and then many people have understood this, saying that, well, one cannot change their character because of this. But there are many other hadiths that, so what does our author al-Iji say? He says, La, وَيُمْكِنْ تَغْيِيرُهَا. You can change your character, though. So how do we understand this hadith of the Prophet ﷺ? And basically what he's saying here is that, the way the ulama have explained this is in many ways. And one of the ways that he explained this is that, certain people possess things by the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created them, their fitrah, and they didn't have to acquire these traits, but certain people possess traits that just that's the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created them, and each and every one of us has certain things. You see, some people are very easy to to do certain things. Other people, it's very difficult to do those things, and vice versa. So what the Prophet ﷺ is just explaining here is those traits that you're created with and you've had for a long period of your life, those traits are, this is the way the Prophet ﷺ is conveying the idea that it's very difficult to change those traits. Not that it's impossible to do so, but that it's very difficult, and the difficulty requires, because it's difficult, it requires much effort on the person to change those traits. And so they have to put in that effort. And not that character traits can't change at all. Because then the question is, if you can't change it and Allah's telling us to change them, well, that's going to run into a lot of contradictions here, right? Why would Allah tell you to do something that you can't do? Why would He command you to do something that you can't actually carry out that command for? So al-Iji says, radiyallahu anhu, وَيُمْكِنْ تَغْيِيرُهَا لِلتَّجْرِبَةِ. Why? What's his proof that you can change it? Tajriba. We see people change their character traits all the time, right? That's proof enough that this hadith doesn't mean what some people understand it to mean. And then the second reason is wali wurud al-shar'i, right? Bihi, meaning that the sacred law, the Sharia, has commanded us to change our bad character traits to good character traits, right? So that's the second reason why, yes, you can change your character. And the third, he says, and that's the lowest of the proof, is وَاتِّفَاقُ الْعُقَلَاءِ. Like all intelligent people agree that you can change your character traits. So now he's going to answer his other question. Well, why do we see people have different character traits? Well, people have, so he goes, وَاخْتَلِفُ الْإِسْتِعْدَادَاتِ, right? فِيهِ بِحَسَبِ الْأَمْزِجَةِ. You see people with different character traits naturally. Why? Because we have human beings possess what's called a mizaj, a temperament. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates us according to certain temperaments. And we tend to associate people with people who have similar temperaments. It's very interesting hadith. The Prophet ﷺ, he saw these. There was a woman in Mecca, and she was very jovial, and she would surround herself with people who very social, very jovial individual. Always very happy, mashallah. And so when she came, they migrated to Medina. Who did she find friends with? People who were jovial as well, And so he made this observation, and meaning that people have, not everybody is. You'll find yourselves, and you find many people with the same in the same pattern that, some people are very jovial by nature. Other people are very serious and somber by nature, right? It doesn't mean they can never be one state or the other, but they have a natural. They have a norm that they, in which their mizaj, their temperament, manifests and exhibits. And so for some people, being generous is very easy for them with wealth. And for other people, it's not. For some people, for example, and this is, people find this, for some people, praying is very difficult, but fasting is very easy. For other people, fasting is very difficult, but praying is very easy. For some people, studying, right, is very easy. For other people, studying is the most difficult. Get them to read a book, it's like moving a mountain, right? And for other people, you can't stop them from reading a book. I remember there's a student, I used to be a principal of a school. There's a student in 6th grade, very wonderful boy, mashallah. And ever since, I knew him when he was in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, and even up until 8th grade. And everywhere I saw him, in the hallway, in the cafeteria, even sometimes during prayer, he's reading a book. He's reading a book, and he's completed more books than probably high school and college students have completed. But he just reads and reads and reads and reads, and he's walking in the hallway, he's reading, and then there are other people, and you can't get him to stop reading. It's actually very difficult for him to stop reading. And but there are other people, you can't get them to open the first page, of a book. It's just very difficult. Why? They have different mizaj. They have different temperaments, right? So when you see people with different character traits, it's a reflection of their mizaj, of their temperaments. And that's what he's saying here. And everybody has different temperaments. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala creates people according to different temperaments. So he answers these preliminary questions, and now he's going to say, okay, how do we know what the virtues are? So, Hume wants to ground them in desires and will. Kant wants to ground them in reason, right? What do we, ground them in? So if you look at 1.2, for us, we look at the human soul, right? Muslim theologians and Muslim ethicists have looked at the human soul. And remember, ethics is about perfecting the rational soul. So let's look at the soul and let's see what we need to perfect. So the virtues, how we arrived at the virtues, right? And if you look at the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described the virtues in the Quran and the Sunnah, it all comes down to the human soul and the faculties of the human soul. So what are those faculties here? I kind of put them in a chart, so hopefully this will help in understanding. So the faculties of the human soul, they're multiple, but the faculties of the human soul that ethics deals with is one is it's called the rational faculty, al-quwa al-nutqiyya. And the reason why it's called al-nutqiyya is not because it's a language faculty or spoken, because the nutq, when you speak, that's what manifests your rationality. It's a manifestation of your aql, of your rationality. And the second faculty that we have is the irascible faculty, or al-quwwat al-ghadabiyya. And then the third faculty is al-quwwat al-shahwiyya, right? And so these are the three faculties, and from each of these three faculties, there is a particular virtue that is associated with each of these faculties. Now, this virtue that's associated with each of these faculties, it represents a mean between two extremes of that virtue. So you look at one virtue and it'll have an extreme on one end, and that represents a vice, and it'll have another extreme, right? And that also represents a vice. And the balance or the mean is that virtue. And so if you look at the rational faculty, he says, what's the virtue of the rational faculty? It's wisdom. Hikmah, right? Hikmah is the virtue of the rational faculty of your, And then what are the two extremes of the rational faculty? Well, one is it's excessive vice. The excess of the rational faculty is what he calls al-jalbaza, which is deceit. People who deceive people, they're intelligent people. They're using their rational faculty, but it's being used in a vicious manner, right? And therefore, right, and you see this, right? Most people, they, when they want to deceive somebody or anything, they're paying attention to subtle things, and they'll use them against you, right? Advertising. They study the human being, and then they use your temperaments, your qualities against you to get you to buy what you don't want to buy or you don't even need. That's what, one of the ulama said, that all advertisement is to convince you to buy things you don't need. Do you have to be convinced to buy things you need? You know you need water. You don't need an advertisement to convince you to buy water. Probably a certain type of water, right? But, you don't need, no one needs to convince you to buy clothes or anything, but most advertisement, is involving things that you don't perhaps need. But they study the human soul. They study the human mind and its propensities, and they use those against. That's what I would consider deceit. While it's deficient vice, so you have, if you go to excess with the rational faculty, it's deceit. If you go to deficiency, right, so you can be excessive and you can be deficient. Someone can use their rational faculty in a way that's excessive, and that leads to a person doing many acts of deceit. And then a person can also not use it enough, or not use it, be deficient in their use of the rational faculty, and that's called foolishness, right? Al-ghabawa. When are you using, what's the means when you're using the rational faculty the way it's supposed to be used is wisdom, right? Same thing with the irascible faculty. The virtue associated with the irascible faculty is courage. Courage, shaja'ah. What's the excess of courage is, and you see this, people are just what's called recklessness, right? They're just reckless, and they'll just engage in acts that will bring out their own destruction, right? Or that will cause destruction, and very risky acts. And we can't confuse that for courage. A courageous person will have a balance. They will engage in an act, but it's a calculated risk, and they will take the necessary precautions. But then some people, they'll just do acts that are very risky, and that's not called courage, that's called being reckless. That's al-radila, that's a vice. But it takes courage, a certain type of courage to engage in these reckless acts, right? But it reaches a point where it's no longer courage anymore, it's recklessness. But you can also be deficient in your courage, and to the point where you don't do anything. Why? Because you're a cowardice, right? You're a coward, and you possess, and where you're exhibiting now cowardness and juban, right? And you don't engage in anything, right? And this is where you see certain people, they don't want to engage. Somebody may need distress, somebody may be in a situation where they need help, and they don't want to go out and help them. Why? Because they're cowards, right? Whereas a courageous person will understand this person needs help, and they will engage in an activity that may involve risk and may involve putting themselves in a certain amount of harm, but at the same time, that courage is what allows them to do that, because they have to save someone's life, they have to give. But people who are, when they don't have this virtue of courage and they have a deficiency in it, they end up being cowards, and they do not engage in acts that they should be engaging in ethically. And then the third faculty is the concupiscible faculty, ash-shahwa. And the virtue is temperance, al-iffa, very beautiful word, al-iffa. And a lot of Arabs have the name afif, right? And it's a very beautiful word. And so temperance is the virtue. If you go excessive in your shahwa, it leads someone to fujur, doing acts of dissoluteness, right? Where they're engaging in acts that they're engaging in a lot of lustful acts, and they don't have haya. They'll engage in a lot of things. And we see in most of our, unfortunately, our popular culture is exhibiting an excess of, it's excessive, ifrat wal fujur. It's when they go to their excess in the shahwa. And you see this a lot in our culture, where there's a deficiency though too. Where the shahwa there's a deficiency in this, and this is where a person there's a sense of jumud, and a person becomes apathetic, right? Where they don't have any desires whatsoever, and they have an apathetic attitude towards things where they should have a desire in, and that's important, So this is how to conceive of all of the virtues, is to say, okay, you have an excess, and then you have a deficiency, and the mean between the excess and the deficient vices, that's where the virtue lies. And so after much deliberation, each faculty, the rational, the irascible, and the concupiscible faculty, they all possess certain virtues. And this is what's called the principal virtues, or the cardinal virtues, which is wisdom, courage, and temperance. Right? Al-hikmah, al-shaja'a, and al-iffa. Now there's 4 of them. Well, where's the 4th one? The 4th one comes that when a human being possesses wisdom, when a human being possesses courage, when you as a human being possess temperance, when you possess all of these, you yourself then will come to be in a state of justice, right? And justice, there's 2 understandings of the word justice. And so justice is when a human being possesses all 3 of these qualities, and this is justice to the individual. Justice as it relates to you as an individual, right? And this is what we call the justice in a whole sense. There's a whole sense of justice. That's why I put a small uppercase. That's why I put a W next to that. Justice meaning justice in a whole sense, but then there's also partial justice, justice in a partial sense, which I'll explain here. So justice can be described as a state that you're in, and that state, when you are you are just with yourself. When you're in that state of justice, you possess wisdom, courage, and temperance. When you are and you possess them, and when you're not in balance, when you're in a state of imbalance, and therefore you're not in a state of justice, then you are missing one of these, or you're deficient in one, or you're excess in one of these 3 virtues. So that's justice in the whole sense. But justice is also, let's see here, there's partial justice. Partial justice, right, is partial with respect to its sphere of operation, right? So justice can be considered one of the four parts of the virtue, of those four virtues. So you can have, wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. It can be separate. That's partial justice, right? I mean, but justice can also be considered, right, not as one of the constituent virtues, but as a state of being. So as one of the four virtues, justice is an act. It's a description of an act that you do. You do an act, you act in a just manner, right? As a whole is referring to your state. You, as a person, are in a just state, meaning you possess all the three virtues. So you have to make a difference between the two. So what's interesting is that justice then, as Sayyid Muhammad Naqib Atas, I highly recommend his works. He's an incredible, he's actually an Indonesian philosopher, but he lives in Malaysia. And he's written on this, he has a whole book on justice and the nature of man. And he's, in English, it's one of the few works I would recommend for you to read. I would consider it absolutely, to be honest, I would consider it mandatory reading for any intelligent Muslim. His name is Professor Muhammad Sayyid Naqib, N-A-Q-U-I-B, al-Atas, A-L-A-T-T-A-S. He's still alive, Allah yahfadhu, and he's in his 80s. Had the opportunity to meet him last year, and it was absolutely wonderful experience. And he's writing a book on Tawheed right now. Inshallah, Allah gives him tawfiq to complete it. But his last work is on justice and the nature of man. And he's working in this tradition of Islamic ethics. He has another work, Islam and Secularism, which I highly recommend. All of his works I highly recommend. And then he has a third work on the metaphysics of Islam, Prolegomena to the Metaphysics of Islam. That's a very large work and a very advanced work in philosophy and metaphysics. But his work on justice and the nature of man is which I'll read from today. So he says here is that about justice. So we have these justice as partial and justice as whole. Justice is the ultimate standard by which political and social justice is meant to conform. So you have political and social justice. It's supposed to conform to this sense of partial or whole justice, and by which accuracy of their conformity is judged. The constitution of the state, meaning the political state, cannot be regarded as the ultimate standard of justice. Very important. So in other words, the state itself is not the standard of justice. The state is held to a standard of justice that's external to the state. The ultimate standard of justice, he says, is natural, it's fitri. And it precedes, that's the point, it precedes political and social justice. It applies to all institutions and acts, as well as to the characters of human individuals everywhere and for all time. So justice is a state of being, and that state of an individual where they possess all the virtues, and a condition of things being in their proper places. It should be things there, it's a mistake. Of things being in their proper place. So justice is a state of being, and it's a condition as well. When a thing is in its proper place, that you putting a thing in its proper place is an act of justice. That's one understanding of, that's a partial understanding of justice. Then the whole justice is which, where you possess the sum of all virtues, right? So putting things in their proper place. And then it goes, it is also a quality of a human act, right? So justice also describes an act of a human being. This is a just act. And so it's really important to get our conception of justice correct, right? And here is an interesting thing. If you look at the, based on, for example, like Hume's understanding of ethics, if it's, if you are, or even Nietzsche's understanding of will to power, if ethics is grounded simply in your will, can you ever be unjust to yourself? Right? can you ever be unjust to yourself? Any act that you do, if you do the act, then by definition you are willing that act, right? And if the sole determiner of what's ethical and what's not is your will, the fact that you will to do this, that's what constitutes it being ethical. Can you actually be unjust to yourself? You can't. In a secular liberal paradigm, right? You can't be unjust to yourself. This is a big difference but in the Quran, can you be unjust to yourself? Absolutely. ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ. That's one of the categories of human beings in the Quran, someone who's unjust to themselves, right? That's very important. So it's not just that you can be unjust to others, you can be unjust to yourself. And if you can be unjust to yourself, does that mean you can be just to yourself? Yes. And then that's the goal. That's what he's saying, that you are just to yourself when you possess all the virtues. That's when you're in a state. And so if you don't possess the virtues, then you are in a state of injustice, right? To yourself, not just to others. With that you can be as well. So justice, right, the standard of justice is natural. It precedes political and social justice. In other words, it informs political and social justice, the natural standard of justice. It's a very important concept. So let's just go over what he means by wisdom here. So, yes?
Just a quick question. What do you mean by natural?
It's something that is, it derives, in this context, it derives from the human soul. It relates to the human being qua human being. That's what he understands, like the human being as a human being is in its complete state. Yeah, that's what he means by that. So that precedes, because any type of political or social, any type of political arrangement, social arrangement, it has to assume the existence of a human being. So the existence of a human being as an individual is prior to the existence of the human being in a political context or a social context. So that standard of justice is what's going to inform then political and social justice there. Did that answer the question? Yeah. So what does he mean by wisdom here? Let's go through these four cardinal virtues then. So he says is that wisdom is a kind of knowledge. It's a kind of knowledge that's bestowed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it has two aspects. Wisdom relates to the physical dimensions of a human being and to the spiritual dimensions. Now, and then he says that wisdom, right, it flows through the faculties of the rational soul, both the cognitive and theoretical reason, and the active, practical reason, right? Practical reason acts in agreement with the rules and principles of theoretical reason. And so if you don't develop your theoretical reason, if you don't train it, your theoretical reason, meaning gaining knowledge with true knowledge, then when you actually exercise your practical reason, you have to make a decision in your life, right? And you have to exercise, that's practical reason, right? If he says then practical reason, if you don't perfect theoretical reason, when you come to exercise your reason practically, you will not be able to distinguish between truth and falsehood in actuality. So hence al-ilmu, this is why the whole premise is al-ilmu qabla al-amal, right? You have to acquire knowledge before you act, because you perfect your theoretical reason before, so when you implement your practical reason, you're able to make the correct distinctions, and therefore you're able to have a clear distinction between truth and falsehood in actuality. When it comes to courage, he means here, is greatness of the soul, patience, fortitude, endurance, pardon, and bravery. He goes, courage is manifest in the soul when anger, that's why it's called shahwa al-ghadabiyya, because anger is not a bad thing, right? But when do you have courage is when anger is subordinated to the dictates of religion and reason. When your quwwat al-ghadabiyya, your anger obeys religion and reason when it gets aroused, right? So when you deploy your arousal from anger in the way the religion requires it to be deployed and dictates it, and the way religion a reason dictates it, when it's subordinate, that's when you have courage. That's what courage is. When you have this quwwat al-ghadabi, you have this anger, and you act upon that anger, not in the dictates of religion, just in the dictates of your own desires, that's when you're going to get either recklessness or you're going to get its deficient vice, which is cowardice and other things. And so that's important, to keep this in mind, that courage is understood here, like why is courage related to anger or ghadabiyah? Because that's what motivates this act, but it's only considered a virtue when it's carried out under the dictates and in accordance with religion and reason, and when it's subordinate to them. Temperance. What do we mean here by temperance? Al-iffa. He says that temperance is the abstention from what is morally and ethically unlawful and base. It doesn't exceed the limits of reason, desiring what reason recommends, yielding to reason, because this is shahwa, it's your shahwa he's talking about. That's the faculty of your soul, is your quwwatul shahwaniyya, and so you have to keep that in check, and when you have temperance, that's when you're able to keep this quwwah in check. Why? By you desire what reason recommends, and you desire what religion recommends, right? When you have that quwwatul shahwa under and subordinate, just like the anger is subordinate to religion and reason, that's where you'll get temperance, al-iffa. When temperance refers to the external senses, especially taste and touch, right, it means to restrain the demands of the appetitive and irascible subdivisions of the faculty of the soul. Is to there's a restraint involved in temperance. It doesn't mean moderation here. Temperance doesn't mean moderation, right? Moderation is a part of being of temperance, but it's not the whole. Really, temperance has to do with this type of yielding, right, of your desires. It has to do with that, and to religion and reason. And then we explained the whole idea of justice before. So let's get back to al-Iji then. And this is hopefully explaining what he means by 1.2. 1.3, and this is going to kind of summarize what we talked about. وَالْفَضَائِلُ, virtues. هِيَ الْأَوْسَاط, are means between the two extremes, right? The extremes of excessiveness and the extreme of deficiency. So a virtue is the mean between the two. And are three, whereas the extremes are vices and are six, right? So wisdom, courage, and temperance, those are the three. And each of them has an extreme in excessiveness and extreme in deficiency. So those are vices. So each vice, then there's six vices. And this is in terms of the number of vices and virtues. But also, he brings up an interesting point. And this is kind of, I think, the question the brother was asking there. If you look at 1.4, he says here is that وَمِنْهَا, and one of the vices, right, and one of the is to do an act of virtue, right? وَمِنْهَا رَدَاءَةُ الْكَيْفِيَّةِ, is acting virtuous in a base manner, right? So you can do an act of virtue in a base manner. Let's see here. Now, and he says, and he gives examples. So in the case of wisdom, right, what's an example of someone, in the case of wisdom, acting in a way that is virtuous but in a base manner? So he says, وَأَمَّا فِي الْحِكْمَةِ فَكَمَنْ يَتَعَلَّمَهَا لِمُجَارَاتِ الْعُلَمَاءِ, such as someone who person who learns wisdom. Why though? To contend with scholars, right? And to argue with the ignorant. If that's the reason why you are acquiring wisdom, so you're doing an act, but you're doing it in a base manner. Your intentions here, and that's the question you were getting at, is so that's not considered a virtue, it's considered a vice, right? So part of, when we're considering a virtue, what we're doing is you have to have the right objectives in mind for wisdom and for acquiring knowledge. And this is bear out in the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ in many cases, right? من طلب العلم ليجاري به العلماء أو ليماري به السفهاء ويصرف به وجوه الناس, right? نعم إلا أدخله الله النار, نسأل الله العافية, right? As someone who acquires knowledge just for the sake of arguing with scholars or for getting people to pay attention to them, يصرف وجوه الناس إليه يعني, then Allah will send that person to the hellfire, that the person will be punished for that. Well, that's important because that's considered a vice now. Even though the person's doing something that, from one aspect, it's a virtue, that's acquiring knowledge, but they have many other qualities there that render that act now to be a vice instead of a virtue. وَأَمَّا فِي الشَّجَاعَةِ, so someone who, what about in the case of courage? It is when a person employs it for good repute or spoils, meaning a person who does a courageous act in order just to be known as a courageous person, right? And or they do it in order for someone, so they can get the spoils of war. That's the only reason why they're doing this particular courageous act. And there are many hadiths about when people went to fight, and where the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that they would go for jihad, but their intention for jihad, right, is not correct, and then therefore they're not considered a shaheed, they're not considered a mujahid in those cases. So that's an act where they are doing something that requires courage, but at the same time they're doing it in a way that's base, and that's vicious as well, and that renders that act as a vicious act. In the case of temperance, it says it's when a person avoids pleasure, intending a greater return of it in the hereafter, or status in this world. Sometimes you see that, right? People, they will display an act, and they may refrain from particular acts, in order so they can be called certain things by people. So in other words, someone may not eat in front of people. Oh, look, he's practicing zuhud. Huwa zahid, mashallah. He's and the only reason why he didn't engage in eating in front of people or eating less or not even eating at all is so people can call him a zuhud or a zahid. He's practicing zuhud. And this person wants, this is the act where he wants status in this world, right? So this person now is performing an act of temperance, but they're doing it for reasons that are not correct. So this is his whole purpose when he says is that rada'atul kayfiyah, that kayfiyah refers to the way the act is conducted. That act can be conducted in a vicious manner, and therefore it renders that act no longer virtuous, right? And it's an act that a person will actually be punished for in that case. And then he says, these are only considered virtues when, right? And وَإِنَّمَا هِيَ فَضَائِلُ إِذَا, right? They're only, so this is the whole test, right, of when they're considered truly virtuous. When إِذَا لَمْ يَشُبْهَ غَرَضٌ, right, is when how do I translate it? That they only are considered virtuous when one, no corrupt objective tarnishes them, right? So you're doing this act, but you have to do it for the correct objectives. That's when it's considered virtue. And two, when they proceed forth without reflection, right? That's when it's considered the person truly has that virtue then, that he has that fadila in this case. So those are the two cases, the qualifications where a person has to do in order for an act to be considered a virtuous act. So the objective of the act, remember everything has an objective. I think that answers your question, what he's talking about. That has to be there. You have to have the act, the objective, and then you also have to have it where the act proceeds forth without reflection. That's when you can truly say that a person possesses that virtue. Yeah. And so now this is kind of, he's explained the cardinal virtues or the principal virtues, but each of these virtues has its own species. It has many other virtues that are species of the cardinal virtues. So for wisdom, there's 7, and he's going to say here in 1.6 is that for wisdom there's 7. The first one he says So in other words, these are virtues that a human being should acquire to possess. One, that if they have wisdom, this will help them attain wisdom, right? And it's a subspecies of wisdom as well. So the first one he says is safa'u dhihin, which is clarity of discernment, right? And this is when a person, this is the ability of the soul to derive the conclusion without any confusion whatsoever. So if you're, in other words, a person is talking to you and they're presenting something to you, you have clarity of your soul, you're able to discern, you're able to derive the conclusion without the person even, without the person needing to state what the conclusion of what they're going to say is. So this is called safa'u dhihin. You're able to follow the premises of a person and they don't have to state the conclusion. Rather, you can just discern that automatically, you know. And when a person is able to do this, this is a virtue that, you know. And this is very interesting because I think that, you know, there are some schools in the United States, they are trying to, when they're talking about character education, they are trying to, you know, there's various secular models of character education. And there are many schools, religious schools, that are unsatisfied with those because usually they just want to produce what they conceive of as a citizen. You know, that's their mind. What they consider the perfect human being is a citizen of a country or a nation. So, and it's very secular in its conception of what they consider what qualities or what's good character. But when we're looking, there are many religious schools that are unhappy with these models, and so they're trying alternative models of character education. And one of the nice things is there's certain schools in the West, in the Bay Area, that are developing their character education programs, and they're instilling in their students such things and such as what they call intellectual virtues. This is exactly what al-Iji is talking about here, radiallahu anhu, that these are what's called, you know, what's a lot of, you know, what we call the intellectual virtues, right? That students, intelligent people, like, you know, people of knowledge, this is what, and people who want to possess wisdom, this is what they should be working towards. And these are kind of the measurements and standards of what we should look for. So the second, so the first is safa'u dhihin, the second is judatul fahmi, excellence in understanding. Right, a person who has wisdom is able to understand things excellently. What does he mean by judatul fahm, excellence in understanding? It's correctly moving from the propositions to their lawazim, their concomitants, their necessary concomitants. So in other words, when a person is presenting an argument, presenting their propositions, right, you're able to understand correctly, not the conclusion here, but their lawazim, you know, what they're assuming, right? When they're presenting their arguments. So this is very important, and, you know, talab al-ilm, they have to, you know, students of knowledge, not just students of knowledge, but anybody who's going to possess the character of wisdom, these are the species of the sub-virtues that they would be required to possess as well. And then he says here, dhaka. Dhaka is quickness of apprehension. In other words, they can quickly derive the conclusions. Sometimes people listen to lectures and they're just not able to understand, so what's this person saying and this and that. And sometimes, a lot of times it's the presenter's fault. But assuming that they are, you know, the presenter, the teacher, the lecturer is doing a good job, sometimes there are students who still can't get the conclusion of what they're trying to present. They need help and help and help and help. And, you know, that's okay, but they don't have their virtue of wisdom yet, right? And so, because part of that is that they would possess this virtue of al-dhaka, which is sur'atu iqtida' al-nata'ij. They're able to not just derive the conclusion, but derive it quickly. They don't need much help in deriving the conclusions. And then he says husn tasawwur. This is a very important one too. They're all important. Good conceptual ability, being able to conceive correctly of the masail, of the topics, of the issue at hand. And this happens where he says al-bahthu an al-ashya' biqadri ma hiya alayhi afwan. And he goes, this is having good conceptual ability is when investigation of things is carried out in accordance with the things as they are in themselves. So when you're carrying out research, you're carrying out your inquiries, right? You're conducting inquiries. You have a correct conception of the object as it is. You're correctly conceiving of that object. You don't have misconceptions of what it is. It's called husn tasawwur. Very important in terms of learning. And then he says suhulatu ta'allum. Right, yeah, this is important too. Aptitude for learning easy. The ability of the soul to apprehend the desired object without any unnecessary effort. And people have to build up to this, right? I think al-Rabi', one of the students of Imam Shafi'i radiallahu anhu, he relates this in Adab al-Shafi'i, that he said that one of his students, he wasn't understanding a mas'ala. And so Imam Shafi'i repeated this mas'ala numerous times in the dars, numerous times to a student. And to the point where he actually said, okay, he took him to the corner of the masjid, and he, one-on-one, privately, he kind of explained the mas'ala over and over again. And it took him a long time. And he's became one of his top students, mashallah. But it took him a long time, but at the end, he eventually understood it, right? And so, whereas some other students, they'll get it right away, right? They'll understand it right away with little. And, so people are at different abilities. People are different, they're at different levels. And so he's describing what are the virtues of that in the category of wisdom that a human being needs to possess, that fall under that serve as a species of wisdom. So the aptitude for learning easily, and then retention, right? Very important. Al-hifth, that's dabt al-sur al-mudraka, right? Very important. A sound hold on apprehended forms. So the idea of hifth, right, is very important. So, in our psychology, we differentiate between hifth and dhikr, or so memory and recall. They're two different things. A person can memorize certain things. That's one type of fadila, is hifth, meaning that whatever forms that appear to a person's mind, they're able to preserve them. So memory has to do with preservation. Dhikr, or it's actually pronounced dhukru, is to recall what you stored or what you had held in your memory. What the quwwatul hafidha, what it retained, that faculty, that's one aspect of learning. But then another fadila is to the ability to recall when you need to what you have committed to memory, and that's the last one. Istihdar al-mahfuzat, the ability to contemplate on retained forms, right? Istihdar al-mahduzat. So istihdar is, the reason why I translate it as contemplate is because when you do istihdar, you're able to recall what you have memorized and committed to memory, but you're contemplating it. You can only contemplate things that you've memorized. You can't contemplate if you haven't memorized, if you haven't committed it to memory, you can't contemplate it, right? So the first step is to commit something to memory. So the quwwatul hafidha is at play here, the faculty of retention. Then you need to recall it, right? And that's quwwatul dhakira. That's a separate faculty. Then you can contemplate. Then you can start to contemplate the meanings of things. And so all of these here are 7 virtues, and you can call them the intellectual virtues that relate to wisdom. And this should be our character education programs right here. I mean, this Risala really does it all for us as far as I'm concerned. And because students, when they're studying, they need to know what the virtues are, and all of this will help them in their study. So yes, work on your memory, work on your recall, work on trying to understand issues with very little help. Well, what does that require for me to, because the next questions are, well, what do I need to do to understand an issue with little assistance? Well, I need to prepare beforehand, I need to read in advance, I need to figure out the definition of things, I have to do all this necessary work prior to the class in order for me to acquire these virtues. So it really gives like how to be a student, right? How to be someone who possesses this wisdom then. And then also how to be a teacher as well, because the teacher needs to possess all of these. That's why I shouldn't be here, but we live in bad times, as Nietzsche said, right? So that's a lot of afia. So that's wisdom. Any questions on this? Because we're going to go to courage, and there's subspecies of courage as well.
It's possible if you could do it now or maybe another time. Could you give us another example of 1 and 5?
Of clarity of discernment? Is that of safa'ul dhihin? So this is the ability of the soul to derive the conclusion without any confusion. So what he means here is that, when someone, in other words, like if you are presented with a particular argument of somebody, they're arguing and they give their premises or they're making their case. You're reading a passage in a book, right, of a particular theologian or philosopher or whatever, politician, or they're making a political argument. You're able to understand their conclusions without them you're able to discern the conclusion of their argument that they're trying to give before they even state their argument. And you're able to understand how the conclusion relates to their arguments, to their premises, right, without any confusion on that. And if they don't, if their conclusions are faulty or their premises are faulty, you're able to discern that as well. I don't know if that helps, inshallah. Yeah. And what was the other one? 4?
Number 5.
Number 5, aptitude for learning easy. Yeah, this is basically what he means here.
No, I'm sorry, forgive me. Number 4.
Number 4?
Yeah.
Number 4, good conceptual. Oh, so this is where when you are debating or you're investigating an issue, you're conducting an inquiry into a particular research, you have I'll give you an example. Like many times students will come to me and, they'll say, oh, I want to, I want to write my thesis on Sufism and women, for example. I heard this from a student, right? Very sharp student. But at the same time, okay, what about it? It's such a large topic. I don't know what you mean by Sufism. I don't know what you mean by woman. Like, what's the and so the person, I said, well, could you explain what you mean by, because when you're writing your thesis for a master's or you have to be very, very focused. You have to specify what is the question you are researching. So, okay, Sufism and woman. Okay, well, what about it? And the person's like, I don't know, just. So here, he had no husn tasawwur. He had no concept of really what he was looking for. Yeah, he just kind of had some, general. It's kind of like the Qibla. Well, I think it's somewhere east. Like the Shafis know, like where, is the Qibla. You have to, where is it? It's not just somewhere east. So here, the person was in the general ballpark that he wanted to study about Sufism and he wanted to study something to do with women and Sufism. What exactly he wanted to study, what he wanted to investigate, he had no tasawwur of. He had no conception of what his question that he wants to investigate is. He didn't have that. So a student has to have a good conceptual ability that whenever they're researching something, or whenever they're conducting inquiry, they should have a sound understanding, sound conception, and a very clear and accurate conception and specific conception of what they're investigating into. That's very important for students to have. And don't worry, these things take time. The problem is our education system now, they don't focus on these virtues, right? And, I don't know how they expect people, to conduct them, but, or to acquire these virtues. But they don't train students. Our education system, they don't teach students they're supposed to do these things. But they're starting to recognize this because they look at the writing ability of college students. Sorry if you're in college, but it's really poor. They can't construct arguments correctly, and it's like, what were you doing in high school all this time? And because logic, grammar, rhetoric, those things aren't taught anymore, right? And so keep in mind al-Iji and all that their scholastic tradition, you had to study, nahu, you had to study sarf, you had to study mantiq, you had to study bahth al-munadara, you had to study balagha, right? All of these ulum ala you had to study. Then you proceeded into studying aqidah, fiqh, all of these other sciences. These are kind of sciences that they call ulum ala. Why? Because there were tools that would assist you. And they will make you good students. They would provide these virtues. You would acquire these virtues when you study these sciences. And if you have a good teacher who will help you acquire these virtues, you will do that, So, I don't know, does that kind of help with that example, inshallah? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Method described at the beginning, which is to repeat an action, so that it becomes a malaka. For example, for generosity or hilm, would it be applicable also to bigger virtue, more general virtue like shukr or sabr or?
Yes, all of those. Yeah, it all applies to them. Yeah, all because the Prophet said, إنما الحلم بالتحلم, right? إنما الفقه بالتفقه. Yeah, Sayyidina Abu Darda. Actually, it's a statement of Sayyidina Abu Darda. You know, I made a mistake saying it was a hadith of the Prophet. It's a statement of Sayyidina Abu Darda. In the Madkhal of Sunan of Imam Bayhaqi, he transmits it. And, you know, so he says that it's إنما الحلم بالتحلم. It's there. So yeah, it applies to all the virtues. This thing of a malaka, it's a habitus. It's something it applies to all qualities that you want to acquire, and the difference between that. Does that answer the question? Yeah, alhamdulillah. Any questions? Yes. Well, when you have that, so I don't know if you heard her question, but I'll repeat it. Her question was, you know, we have to repeat a particular act. When you have a virtue, it proceeds without reflection. Yeah. So how do we reconcile that with the requirement of having a niyyah, of an intention? That was your question, correct? So, well, no, it actually, when you truly have the virtue, means that you'll have the correct intention. So, you know, you will automatically make that intention with ease, you know. So someone, for example, who's really attached to what other people think, right? And when they do an act, what they normally think about is, well, what's this person going to say? What's that person? Or I want this person to think this of me and that. When they have the virtue, they're not going to think of that anymore. But to get to that virtue, they have to, okay, stop thinking about what other people think about what Allah wants, stop thinking. Then as they do it continuously, it's very easy for them, actually it comes naturally, to make the correct intention what does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala want? You know, that comes naturally with the act. So part of acquiring that virtue would be to do it for the correct objectives. Then you truly have that virtue. Yeah. Shall I answer the question? Yes, sir.
Do you have any, specific exercises or tips on how to work on the first sub-wisdom, clarity of discernment?
Oh, let me see here. Oh, clarity of discernment. This he's going to provide some, and basically what he ends up saying is, I mean, it's studying logic, mantiq, that will really help. And studying bahth al-munadhara, dialectics and disputation, they will help a lot in the, because you'll be able to identify right away, oh, this is what his premise is, this is what his next premise is, and this is his steps in his argument, and he's going to argue for this point. This is what's going to be his conclusion. But it takes training, right? It takes, you know, the one thing is people study logic now. That's a good step forward. I mean, most of the Muslim community, unfortunately, was pretty much anti-logic, you know, which didn't make sense, ironically. But so now we have a group of people who are studying logic, but there's a incorrect approach to studying logic that people adopt nowadays. And they say, I'm studying logic just to learn the mustalahat, because, you know, so they reduce the science to nomenclature of terminology. And, you know, that's not why you study logic. And that's not why the ulama in the past studied logic, just for the sake of istilahat, just because the scholars use these terms. That's just kind of like, they're treating it like a code, you know. I'm just learning this code so I can read these books written in this code. You know, that's not. Logic is a science, and it has an objective, it has a goal, it has, you know, and the goal is ta'asimu bimura'atiha al-dhihnu an al-khata' fil fikr. That is supposed to protect the mind when it's deployed, the science, the principles of the science, from committing mistakes in thinking. And so I've never encountered in a book of logic what the purpose of studying this was to learn mustalahat of the ulama only, right? So, so studying logic correctly for, you know, with the proper intention, the proper objective will help a lot in this. And studying bahth al-munadhara, disputation and dialectics and disputation will definitely help in this. And so, yeah, this takes work. It takes not doing it once, because you just have a hal, but it takes doing it so where you actually have a malaka of this, of these skills and of these virtues. And he'll talk about some, but I think those are two practical things. There's an organization that might teach logic. I think it's called Seekers Hub. Yeah. Sign up for their courses, right? Yeah, because I think they have a class on logic, right? And yeah, so, and did they have a class on Bahth al-Munadara too? And inshallah, we'll request Sheikh Faraz to do that, inshallah. Yeah, so, I mean, study that and then continue, but then apply that knowledge when you are reading and things like this. There's wonderful books that the ulama have written later, much later, but they're incredible, called Adab al-Mutala', like the adab that a person needs to acquire and deploy when reading a book. So like actually how to read a book, you know, and then in English there's Mortimer Adler, he wrote a great book called How to Read a Book, right? If you get that, it's worth reading. And but we, as Muslims, we have it, they're in Arabic, but what's the adab of Mutala'? What's the adab of reading an actual text? And it's really great, like you have to, there's a lot that goes on in correctly reading a text. And all these virtues are required for correctly reading a text. And so it'll help you a lot, help you in your college education too. And, oh yeah. And they'll be like, why is this guy so smart? It's because we're Muslim, you know. Inshallah. Do I have to stop?
You're done concluding this bit.
Oh, okay.
We're just going to do a 3-minute, just brief announcements and a 3-minute stretch break, if that's okay.
Is there a session after this?
Yes,
Or?
we have one session.
Okay, good. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. So we're just going to do some brief announcements, inshallah, and then we'll give everybody about 3 minutes to just wiggle your toes and stretch, and then we'll reconvene. We have one session left, and then we have some delicious food on the way, lots and lots of food, so we need everybody to stay here and help us finish it. So I just wanted to take this moment to tell you about our upcoming programs, inshallah. As with every year, we have a full Ramadan program lined up for you and your family. So this Ramadan, the theme is Branches of Faith. And alhamdulillah, we're going to continue doing our devotional programming along with educational component to it. And then daily iftars, pre-Taraweeh, pre-Maghrib lessons and khatiras. And again, all open to the family. So we're definitely looking forward to you guys joining us this year. Along with Sheikh Faraz and Ustad Amjad, we're going to be having visiting scholars again as well. Sheikh Yahya Rodis, Sheikh Walid Mosad, and Dr. Ingrid Matson. So we do have a full program lined up. Having said that, we do need hands on deck. It is a very extensive, heavy month in terms of programming and requires a lot of manpower. So we do need volunteers. If in any capacity you can help out, you can see myself or Yasmin at the front desk. You guys can give, even if you can give 1 hour, whether it's in person or online. It's a beautiful month to do khidmah, inshallah. The opportunities there, so we could use your help. Lastly, second last note, we do have our annual retreat, which is not really annual because we didn't do it last year, but we've done it in the past. Those of you who have been there have really raved about it. And alhamdulillah, this year's theme is Planting Seeds of Faith. And it's at Camp Muskoka. So registration has officially launched and it's open. We do have early bird tickets, but they are limited in quantity. So although the early bird price is open till July 10th, the numbers are limited. So we encourage everybody to get them ahead of time. And that will be with Sheikh Faraz, Ustad Omar, as well as Ustad Amjad, Sheikh Yahya, Ustad Amin Buxton, and Sheikh Riyad Saluji. And in addition to that, just for those of you who, if you find seminars are not frequent enough for you and you want another, regular dose of knowledge, alhamdulillah, we have regular programming throughout the week and weekends. One I want to highlight is the Coffee and Connection Circle with Ustad Amjad Tarsin, which is a beautiful, it's a beautiful informal class setup where you can come in, you have good conversation, you make connections, you have coffee, and Ustad Amjad beautifully, goes over the prophetic biography, alhamdulillah. So inshallah, you guys can come out. All our courses, everything is online, seekershub.org/Toronto. You can find everything there. And with that, if you can sign up for our newsletter, you'll get updates regularly as well. For those of you who don't remember, like most moms, to go online and check manually, you can get it right to your inbox. So I'll give everybody about 3 minutes, inshallah, to just, stretch your legs, grab a cup of water if you want, and we'll reconvene. And then I really want everybody to stay here. We have lots of food, and we definitely need you guys to stick around and enjoy it with us. There's lots of pizza for the kids, too.
Yeah.
Well, the difference is maqams are usually, it could be the same, but a lot of times maqams are doing the so, most of them, yeah. I mean, like if someone sits in a particular house, then a lot of them think that.
Assalamu alaikum. So inshallah, if we can ask everyone to come back to the main hall and be seated. And we'll start inshallah for the final session with Shaykh Omar. And inshallah, like Sister Sadia was saying, if everyone can stay and help us finish a lot of food that we've gotten for lunch, inshallah, that would be great. Jazakumullah khair.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. Now, like I said, so we're going over the overview of this text. Inshallah, if Allah gives us tawfiq to, we can complete the entire text sometime in the future. It's okay. Oh, I don't think there are any more. Yeah, for now. And so, so yeah, these are the subcategories or the species of virtues for wisdom. But now he's going to go to courage and talk about what are the species of virtues that relate to courage. And there are 11 when it comes to courage. Now, and the first one he says is kibarun nafs, right? And here he doesn't mean, make great of your nafs, your lower self, but kibarun nafs means greatness of the soul. And what it means here is that treating your soul and not letting it do things that are not worthy and of what your soul should be involved in. So he says here, وَهُوَ إِسْتِحْقَارُ الْيَسَارِ وَالْفَقْرِ وَالْكِبَرِ وَالصِّغَارِ. So it's, considering profit, loss. Here is significance and insignificance, right? All is unimportant. Like that's not what's, leading you and motivating you in your acts. And this is what's considered greatness of the soul. In other words, your soul is too, it's too valuable for you to let it get involved in these type of acts and let it be motivated by these type of acts. So this is all of courage. It's interesting how when we think of courage, we normally don't think of many of these things that he's going to talk about here. And same thing comes with temperance as well. The second he says is lofty aspirations, azimul himma, right? And what he means here is that not paying heed to the happiness or misery of this world, right? And that takes courage, is what he's saying here. And it takes a lot. So having lofty aspirations, it requires courage. And then patience. Patience here, though, he's defining it a bit differently when in different contexts. In this context, he's saying patience entails the power to resist pains and extreme fear. Right, the power to resist pain and resisting extreme fear. And this is perhaps what we normally associate with courage. Right, someone's courageous. Right, when they are resisting pain that they're undergoing and resisting any fearful situation. But that's actually patience, which is a subspecies, though, which is a species of courage. And najda, intrepidity, right? Very interesting. And that is where lack of anxiety in the face of terror. And that's also something we associate with courage quite frequently. Now, and the fifth is al-hilam, right? And here is clemency. And clemency entails tama'nina inda sawratul ghadab. That when you are in a state of anger, right, and that anger is just taking control of you, so you have to ward off that force of anger that's telling you to act in a particular way. But some people just remain calm when they are experiencing that anger. Some people need to, and this is the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that when you're experiencing anger, if you're standing, sit down. If you're sitting down, recline. And then to do wudu, that washes away the anger. Some people, they may be experiencing much anger, but they're very calm, right? And this is that calmness that when they're in that state of anger. And that's clemency, that's hilam. And here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he's, said in the Quran, وَعِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ الَّذِينَ يَمْشُونَ عَلَى الْأَرْضِ هَوْنًا وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا, right? And the slaves of the slaves of the All-Merciful, when they are traversing the earth, right? And when they hawnan, meaning in a very composed manner, right? This idea of clemency, this calmness. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is describing His slaves, right? And He says that when they are traversing the earth, they do so in a manner with hawn. And when a ignorant person comes and addresses them, qalu salama, right? They say peace. In other words, they're not, when an ignorant person says something to them, it doesn't provoke them. They're very calm in that, in how they respond. And interesting, the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith sahih, that laysa, he asks his Sahaba, what do they consider a strong person to be? And he says, laysa shadidu bisura, right? Nam bisarati, innama shadidu alladhi yamliku nafsahu inda al-ghadabi bihi, right? Inda al-ghadabi. He says the strong person is not someone who can wrestle someone to the ground, physically strong, but a strong person is really someone who can control himself or is in possession of himself. Yamliku nafsahu inda al-ghadab, when that person gets angry. Right, that's much more difficult than someone who is physically strong, merely. The sixth is as-sukun, right, tranquility, and that's calmness during quarrels and wars, right? That that's who they say it's ta'anni fil khusumati wal hurub. Sayyidina Ali has a statement that he says, "Man balagha fil khusumati athima." Whoever, when there's a disputation going on, whoever transgresses the bounds of it, balagha fil khusuma, transgresses the bounds of that disputation, then that person is not being tranquil anymore. Then that person has ethima, has committed a sin or committed a wrong action. In other words, even when you do engage in debate, even when you do engage, and people do that at times, right? You see this. When they may disagree with somebody, or there's a disagreement at work, or there's a disagreement in the family, then how you undertake that disagreement and how you resolve that disagreement, some people get extremely upset, some people just start to cry, some people start to raise their voice, some people start to throw things. I'm sure those of us who worked in different environments have seen a lot. I know I've seen my share as a principal. Wow. But the one thing is that this idea of having tranquility of sukun, right, which comes from courage, though, right? It's not from iffa, it's not from temperance. It's really interesting, how these are categorized. Why does he see sukun as a species of courage instead of iffa, or wisdom, But so studying the al-Iji, one important thing of studying this text is to study why he puts one, he considers something as a species of one of the principal virtues and not the other, and this gives insight into what the relationship of the virtues are to each other, and also to human psychology, right? And because that's the basis of why he's categorizing them in the way he has, and because in our culture we, just by growing up here, we have to kind of, we've already acquired certain associations between virtues and so this is kind of, by studying this text, it's a nice way of kind of rethinking, right, how we consider the relationship between the various virtues and the vice, and we can look into, we're reading the text of someone who's grounding this in the Quran and the Sunnah, obviously, so we can kind of readjust how we think of things, and the relation and the virtues and how they relate to each other. Courage too, an interesting 7 is humility, right? So after sukun, he says a tawada. But what is tawada? He defines it as venerating the people of virtue and those below one in wealth and social status, right? Very beautiful. And as Sayyidina Ali says, hilyatul mu'min tawada. The ornament of the believer is humility, tawada. And the Prophet ﷺ said in hadith, beautiful hadith, مَا تَوَاضَعَ أَحَدٌ لِلَّهِ إِلَّا رَفَعَهُ اللَّهُ. That no one has ever humbled themselves for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, except that Allah has raised them in ranks. Right? So tawada, very important. And what is that though? Is to venerate, isti'adham, to venerate the people who possess virtue, and those who don't, and those who are lower than you in social status and wealth, right, to venerate them as well, right? And so it's not just, so you have to venerate two classes of individuals, people who possess the fada'il, and then people who are below you in wealth and below you in social status, to have isti'lam for them. Very nice. That's what constitutes humility. Shahama, gallantness. And that is avid to do great works that result in good repute, right? And here Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, أُولَٰئِكَ يُسَارِعُونَ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ وَهُمْ لَهَا سَابِقُونَ, right? That they are people who يُسَارِعُونَ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ, who hurry and quicken to do good deeds. And so being lazy and doing good deeds is a vice, right? And kasal. And now, and then the ninth is al-ihtimal, right? Endurance, right? And this is something interesting. Imam Zayd was telling me, I think, 2 weeks ago. He said people want Islam, but with no virtue. They just want to be Muslims, and but a Muslim who possesses no virtue at all. I was like, what do you mean by that? And he's saying, I guess he's experiencing a lot of people are talking to him, and he's seeing a lot of things in the Muslim community worldwide, but in particular the United States he was referring to, and in the West. He's saying that people want to be Muslims, but they don't want to be patient. People want to be Muslims, but they don't want to do ihtimal. They don't want to, just be calm and and bear some of the burdens and difficulties in life. Life has to be easy. Why should I bear this? He goes, no. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls us to be patient. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala calls us yahtamil. We have to bear, and be patient with some of the harms that were being inflicted upon us, right? He goes, how are you going to grow? How are you going to grow? How are you going to acquire these virtues if you don't have any difficulties in your life? How are you going to go through, and how are you going to exercise patience? How are you going to exercise endurance, right? How are you going to bear these difficulties if you don't go through these difficulties? Like, no, I'm a Muslim and I don't want anything to do with these things. Khalas. It's not Islam. It's Islam without virtue. Right? That's not the Islam we want, right? That's not the Islam that the Quran and the Sunnah call for, right? And what's interesting is, in the Hadith Sahih, the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that the closest people of all to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are those who He afflicts with most tribulation. So in other words, what you're trying to say is, it just doesn't work in Islam, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's relationship with them is that if He loves you, He'll throw afflictions, and then see how you act, right? And to know, are you true in your claims, right? Are you true in your claims? Do you have sidq in your claim, of loving Allah? That's why, Imam Ghazali says that if someone asks, do you love Allah, just kind of be quiet in some ways, because if you say yes, you're making a claim and you better prove it. You have to have the evidence to back up you truly do love Allah. If you say no, you commit kufr, right? So it's like to say, so you got to be careful the way you ask that question. But that's the Islam people want nowadays. They want an Islam where there's, Islam with no virtues, Islam with no patience. Husband and wife, they can't be patient with each other. Yeah, he's got a lot of bad qualities, but he's got a lot of good qualities. Be patient with him, Yeah, she's got a lot of bad qualities, but she's got a lot of other good qualities. Be patient. Have some ihtimal. Have some, no one's perfect. What do you think? You're going to divorce this person and marry somebody else who's perfect? Really? You're deluded to think that. Because 2 years down the road, you're going to realize, oh, this person's got worse qualities than the first husband I married. It's like, what's going on? You're not going to. Every human being, right, all of us, right, humans as we are, as our state is, we haven't actualized our purpose. We're on the path to actualizing our purpose, inshallah. And if that's the case, the place where you need to demonstrate your virtues most is, with husband and wife, with your children, with your parents, right? That's where you really need to demonstrate the virtues, right? And you have to have them, possess them, and, it's training. So, demonstrate the virtues at that time. I don't want to be patient. Why should I have to be patient? Why should I have to bear what she's saying? Why should I have to be bear with? Okay, you want an Islam with no virtues? Look at what type of life you're going to have. It's going to be a horrible life, Yes, sir.
Is that one of the reasons that divorce is not recommended in Islam to teach patience?
No, I wouldn't say that. Because there are certain scenarios where, you guys just don't belong together, we just have to acknowledge that. But to say that, Allahu Alam, but the idea is that, people may arrive at the conclusion that they need to divorce the person, or, they may say that's the way out because they don't have patience with each other, And so it's like, try every aspect to save that relationship before, you reach the conclusion that we need to get a divorce. In other words, you should exhaust all possibilities prior to that. But you also have to keep the possibility in mind that there are certain situations that you just shouldn't bear. Someone's being physically abused and this and that. We're not talking about that. Don't be patient. Okay, this person only slapped me 3 times. I should be patient. Thank God he didn't slap me once, or whatever. It could have been 4 times he slapped me. No. That's not what we're talking about here. Someone's hurting you. Go to the authorities and say this person needs to stop, and whether you're a child, whether you're, husband and wife, whatever. But what we're talking about here is just qualities that people have, that, this person, doesn't put his plates back after he eats in the dishwasher. Be patient. Tell them, hey, could you put your plates back after you're done eating? Person doesn't pick up their clothes or something like that. Or they may have certain akhlaq, certain qualities, right, that they have to work on, right? That's what we're talking about. Any type of harm, la darar wa la dirar, right? Allah, Prophet ﷺ said, you can't cause harm and you can't be in a situation where you're inflicting harm on yourself, right? That's haram to do that. But we're talking about being patient just with people's qualities, people's mizaj, their temperaments. Some people are, she laughs too much. Okay, khalas. He never laughs. Okay. Make a funnier joke next time or something, or something like. Be patient with people. Like, just don't say, "Oh, she never laughs. I want to find someone else." Okay, that's not right. Be patient, right? And things like this, or I work with people, and sometimes that's who they are. That's who they are. You just have to accept people for who they are, right? And just say that they're going to work on it, right? And so it's just kind of acknowledging that, the human condition that, while we are in the path of trying to perfect ourselves, we are going to be in an imperfect state until we reach that perfect state. So that state prior to reaching that, perfecting our human nature, prior to that, we're going to be in a state of imperfection. And we're going to have qualities that are good and qualities that are bad. So we just have to acknowledge that. That's the idea of being patient and all that. Oh yeah, someone starts doing things like that. Someone's harming someone, and abusing them and all that. Call the authorities. Don't be patient. That's not the time to be patient. You're not acting wise in that sense, right? It's like, yeah. There was a question. Was it? Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that people really want to seek comfort in this world to an unrealistic degree, and I think that's because they forget that this is a temporary abode, right? We're travelers in this world, and we have an actual final destination. So it's like a disconnect from their actual purpose, right?
I agree. Yeah.
And they're, I guess, taking these like desires and what's the word? Not making them excessive, but also emphasizing them.
Yeah.
Right? Over their actual.
Yeah.
Over their actual purpose.
No, I agree. Yeah. That happens a lot, and I think it does relate to how they conceive of their life in this world, and it goes back to the conception of their purpose of this life. Yeah, SubhanAllah. Yeah, I agree. A good comment. Now, so endurance is tiring out of the body and performing good works. Protective care. This is really interesting. Al-Hamiyya. It's a very important quality that I think sometimes we Muslims get a bit apathetic about certain things, right? Protective care, and look what he says here. Is that it's وهي عفوا نعم نعم الحمية المحافظة على الحرم والدين من التهمة. Is protecting sacred objects and religion from false accusations. Like defending the Quran. That's very important, right? That's someone insults the Quran, someone insults our Prophet alayhi salam. We don't go. It doesn't mean that we say you can't criticize our religion. No. People have criticized, the Quran records criticisms, people criticizing our faith and bringing up issues, but it gives reply. But what it means here is that, we should not be apathetic. When someone says something about the Quran or about the Prophet ﷺ, it shouldn't be as if we shouldn't just, the fact that it doesn't impact us, and we should feel a bit hurt by that. Not hurt in the sense that, we're damaged or we take offense or anything. No, is that this is the Prophet of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like, you can't just speak about, him in any way you want. There are, limits to what we can and can't say. And so you have people now, I'm sure you probably heard of it, but this one lady, she's in public, she said things about Sayyidina Ibrahim alayhi salam. I don't even want to repeat, and just, saying horrible things about Sayyidina, a Muslim, right, saying this. It's like, if, this is where your philosophy of life leads you to even, if it's leading, it's in the Bible, Jesus is quoted as saying, is by their fruits you should know them. These are your fruits? They lead you to saying, cursing and insulting prophets? You have sour fruits. I don't want what you're, and that's a sign that the tree is bad. It's a sign the water you're drinking from that's, that's coming in your roots, there's something wrong there. If that's the fruits that it's producing, right? And you have people now who will say things that, they will look at the Prophet ﷺ in ways that, and these are Muslims, and, and kind of imposing and projecting intentions to the Prophet ﷺ, in ways that you can't speak about. You have no proof what was in the Prophet ﷺ's heart. How can he, as if you have access to what was in the Prophet ﷺ's heart, and you're saying this is the real reason why he did this? Where? You have no proof for these things. You can't just say. So we as Muslims, we should feel a sense of, no, this is our Prophet. You can't just say things like this, right? You can't just say things. And we're not talking about having valid questions. Having valid questions is one thing, but just making claims without proof and then insisting on those claims, la. So in our Muslim, in our community, we should have a sense of, and this is where we should have this protective sense. Like, these are our religion, and, people speak about ulama in ways that are very derogatory. People speak about the sha'air of Allah, of our religion, major things of our deen, and they'll speak about it in a very negative way, and they'll mock, these things. This is not right, right? We should stand. We should have our hearts should, we should feel like, a sense of, no, we need to protect them. You can't just speak out like these things. And this is what he's talking about, hamiyah, so protective care, right? We should have a protective care about our faith, about our Muslims as well, and what goes on with Muslims. We should be care. We shouldn't be just, indifferent to things that are happening to Muslims or happening to, in the Muslim community. We should not have a sense of indifference. We should care. We should have a relationship to the Muslim community and to the sha'air of our deen. And so protecting sacred objects and religion from false accusations, right? So writing to somebody to correct what they've said or to refute what they said, if someone's written a book or an article or, has some sinister type of, conclusions, we should, writing a refutation, that's a good act. You're defending your deen, you're defending the Prophet ﷺ, right? You're defending Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in his book. And that is a praiseworthy act. But when you don't, when you don't have any care for that, that's a bad sign in your heart. It's like, well, do you have any of this hamiyah? Do you have any of this protective care, for religion, right? And for the signs of religion? So, yes, we should be concerned about that, It doesn't mean we get involved in every single debate and every single argument, no. But it means that, what someone says about the deen should concern you. You should be concerned about that. You should be concerned about having a correct understanding of the deen. And then he ends here with riqqa, right? Empathy. And to experience the pain which afflicts others. So the difference between empathy, right, is that you put yourself in the shoes of that individual. Right? You try to imagine yourself, so you actually try to experience the pain, or you actually feel the pain that that other person is going through. Sympathy is where you acknowledge that, that person's, you recognize they're going under pain, but you yourself may not, experience or feel sad or feel that pain, but you sympathize. You're like, you're going through some hard times. Can I help you? And this and that. Empathy is where you actually feel that pain too, along with that individual experiencing that pain. So it's interesting. All this comes under courage, right? So, so the idea of empathy is a courageous act. It's a subspecies of. It's an example of courage. Now, and then iffa, the last one, is also 11. So he talks about al-haya, right? For temperance, there are 11. And haya, he says, is inhisadun nafs khawfa irtikab al-qaba'i. So it's the recoiling of the soul. So like in your soul you feel a type of recoiling, right? A type of inqibad or inhisad due to the fear of committing foul deeds, right? So, if a person were to commit a foul deed, they feel this something in their soul, a type of recoiling, and that prevents them from committing that deed. That's called haya, right? Haya is kind of like when a person were to now when a person, let's say that they were supposed to have submitted certain documents to their supervisor, right, in their job. They're supposed to have submitted it by Friday 5 p.m. They didn't submit it by 5 p.m. But now they see their boss in the hallway, their supervisor in the hallway, right? You not wanting to, you're trying to avoid, meeting your supervisor because you didn't do certain things that you were asked to do. That feeling you get, that's haya, right? And so it's a haya, it's a feeling, it's an emotion that's produced. Haya is that recoiling of the soul that's produced due to your shortcomings. You acknowledging your shortcomings, and you feel modest, you feel shy or haya to meet that person. So, having haya from Allah, you are afraid to, you're feeling modest and shy to meet Allah because you haven't done what He's asked you to do, right? And you feel that sense of modesty and shyness, right? That's what we're talking about here when He's talking about modesty. Because haya is and even in Greek, there's a word in Greek that captures it, this haya in Arabic very nicely. But in English, it's not. And when I was reading certain, translations of certain texts on how to translate this topic of modesty in English, and a lot of people the word eidos, right, aidos in Greek, it's exactly what haya is in Arabic, and Greek translators to English were saying, neither shame nor modesty nor other words capture what eidos is, and in Greek as well. It's the name of one of the Greek gods actually too, but when he was explaining what that word meant in Greek, I was like, that's exactly what it means in Arabic. So it's really hard so modesty or shyness does not capture what haya means, but that's what the definition I hope clarifies that. So it's that feeling you get due to shortcomings that you possess, and that recoiling of the soul of, like, for example, meeting, like if you were to go to your sheikh, you feel so much haya in front of your sheikh because he's asked you to do so many things, and you haven't done those things correctly. So, like, imagine if we were to go to the Prophet ﷺ, a person should have so much haya because we haven't fulfilled what the Prophet ﷺ asked us to do in the manner that He's asked us to do. That's haya, that type of recoiling. And so you can experience haya, you should have haya from Allah, you should have haya of the Prophet ﷺ, you should have haya of the believers and of your friends as well. Haya is a very, very important quality, to the extent that the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith sahih, beautiful hadith, that he says, "Inna likulli dinin khuluq," that every religion has an emblematic character trait. "Inna likulli dinin khuluq, wa khuluqul Islam al-haya." Beautiful. And the emblematic character trait of Islam is haya, is this trait. Beautiful. It's a beautiful hadith, and it's hadith sahih, inshallah. So it's from Sayyidina Anas radiallahu anhu. Now, Fadl.
So are these qualities that you are going through, they are all malaka that can be obtained in the method that you have described?
Exactly. All of them are, yeah.
And so sometimes, like for example, haya or sabr, which will come after, they are also name of maqamat in tasawwuf. Does it mean that they can are we taking this as the same thing?
It depends on how it's defined. So I wouldn't assume necessarily that they're talking about identically the same thing, but the way they'll define it in tasawwuf will have some resemblance to this. There's definitely be a relationship between the two. But and it depends. For some ulama, haya may mean certain things to certain ulama tasawwuf, and to other ulama, they'll have different definition. And may not be different entirely, but may emphasize certain points of haya. Yeah. So, but they'll definitely be related. Definitely be related on that, because they're all, it's all the same religion, but they just may have different shades of understanding on that. Does that help, inshallah? Yeah. No.
So what's the difference between haya and feeling guilty?
His question was, what's the difference between haya and feeling guilty? Depends on what you mean by guilty, right? One scholar I studied with said that there's no such thing as guilt in our religion, like the way it's understood in Western Christianity, guilt, right? They use guilt to get people to do things all the time, like, and she made me feel so guilty, and that's why you did it, because they kind of, and so that's why people do things after they kind of make them feel guilty, and they do things out of that motivation. Yeah, I don't know what the word for guilt would be in Arabic. Nadam is remorse. That's regret. Yeah. And nadam toba, like feeling remorse or regret, that's the essence of toba. But guilt, that's the thing, I don't know. Allahu Alam. Naam, sir? Yeah, see, it all depends how you define guilt, right? So that's something that, we have to look into, like how guilt is defined. Yeah, but haya, I know there's reasons why I didn't, translate it as guilt, because, yeah. Yes?
I think there's also a temporal difference because haya is pre-act, so it prevents you from acting, versus guilt is a post-act, so it's the consequence of the act.
True. That's a very good point. Yeah, because guilt is you feel bad for doing something, right? And it's after the act. Haya, this is before, and this act, haya actually prevents you from the act itself. So, in other words, you're not doing the act, or there's a situation where perhaps you can, or people are pushing you, or something is pushing you to do the act. But haya min Allah, out of haya, that feeling that you get, it's like no. I don't want to do that, That's a good point. That's a very good point. Thank you so much, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I knew there's a reason I didn't translate as guilt, Yeah. Forget these things. There was a question,
I remember reading a hadith, I believe it's a hadith Qudsi, the Prophet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, spend, O son of Adam, and I'll spend on you.
No.
And my understanding is that the way he'll spend on us is through giving us like good character traits like this. Is that a correct understanding?
Not necessarily. Not that. It could be a correct. One of the ways that Allah spends on you, but here the understanding is wealth. In other words, don't be afraid. Rizq is understood here, like in the actual, sustenance, because there's rizq ma'nawi too. Like part of your rizq is your character traits, your friends, your as well. But here I think risk, spending, meaning that, just spend, like your money, your wealth. And Allah, don't worry, Allah will take care of that. He will spend on you. And it may not, you given 10,000 and you see 10,000 appear in your account. Not in that sense, out of nowhere. But it's more in this that, okay, you spend in, whatever you think you're not going to be able to provide, Allah will provide that for you and your family. That's the meaning of that, yeah. Allahu Alam, no. So this is very important, like the haya. So inna likulli dinin khuluq wa khuluq al-Islam al-haya, right? This is the emblematic quality of our character trait of our religion is haya. Patience, right? So in other words, patience as a subspecies of courage. Now patience as a species of iffa, temperance. Here is restraining the soul from following desires of the lower self, right? So here is patience more in the sense how we understand it, right? That is patience with. You show patience with, and it takes patience to say no to yourself. You have to bear it, right? And then sedatedness, ad-da'a, is stillness of the soul at the stirring up of lust. So when those desires get stirred up in you, right? Just remaining calm and stillness, not acting in accordance with those desires, right? Is the idea of stillness. Like it doesn't even. So the difference is in patience. You actually start to want to act in accordance with those desires. So you have to show patience here with your soul. When you're sedatedness, right? Sada'a means that the desires get riled up, but you have no inclination, right, to even act upon them. So in other words, you don't have to show patience in this sense, right? Because you don't even have the desire to act upon them. And nazaha, good calculation. And this is where the acquiring of wealth without any abasement or oppression, right? Where you earn your wealth, but you earn it in a manner where you committed no dhulam, right? And you committed no, you didn't embarrass anybody, you didn't debase somebody, you didn't, step on anybody to get your wealth or anything. You've done it in a way which is, you've calculated it well. In meaning, what does he mean by well calculated? Not in terms of profits and loss, but in terms of the ethics of acquiring your wealth, right? Where it didn't involve that, or with no oppression, and spending it, then you spend your wealth for praiseworthy causes. That's what's called an-nazaha. And then al-qana'a, which is contentment with one's loss, and that's restricting oneself. So when you have contentment with whatever suffices you, and you live within your means, right? Living with what suffices you. That's al-qana'a. And then waqar is statedness, and that's deliberation in the face of what one seeks out. Meaning where you want to seek certain things, you have an objective, right? You're seeking certain things, and then instead of just impetuously acting or to seek out what you want, you take time and you deliberate. That's waqar, all right? And the Prophet ﷺ says, al-ajalatu min ash-shaytan, right? Wa ta'anni min ar-Rahman. In the hadith in the Tirmidhi, that he says, haste is from shaitan. And what does that mean is you just, let's just go do it, and you don't think about it, right? So just being hasteful in, not good deeds you should be hasteful in, but here just, anything, should we go on this trip? Let's just go, and then, you don't think about it. So that's ajala, right? Being hasteful. And that's from shaitan. Whereas ta'anni, which is waqar, statedness and deliberation, right, in the face of what one wants to seek, that's from Ar-Rahman, right? So showing that, let's think about this before we engage in this act, right? And let's think about the pros and cons and all of how we're going to actually achieve that. Now, and then the seventh is ar-rifq, and very beautiful, ar-rifq, which is benignity, right? And that's easily submitting to performing beautiful works in the context of temperance. In the context, because usually rifq means, it does have this idea of gentleness, right? And but here, gentleness and, meaning that when you're doing good works, it's not like someone has to, drag you out of bed, rip off your, bed, your blanket, and, and then, pour water over you to get you to pray and stuff like that, right? That means you don't have rifq here. The idea is that when it's time to do a good work, you're not fighting it. You easily submit that this is the time to do that good deed, right? You're not fighting it internally or externally as well. So a rifq. Now, and to the extent the Prophet ﷺ says, "Man yuhram al-rifq, yuhram al-khayr." Whoever is devoid of rifq, right, then they've been devoid of all good, right? So rifq is and in the hadith, another hadith, the Prophet ﷺ mentions that nothing accompanies rifq illa zanahu, right, except that it beautifies that act. So being gentle, right, it does nothing except to beautify that act. Aywa. And then husn as-samt, good disposition, and that's loving what perfects the soul, right? That's a sign that a person has good disposition when they love things, and those things that they love, it actually helps them and to perfect their own soul. And that's husn as-samt. Now, and then the ninth is al-wara'. And that's scrupulousness, right? And that is mulazamatul a'mal al-jamila. That is adhering to good works. And good works meaning good works that are in accordance with the Sharia, good works that are in accordance with reason, and good works that are in accordance with muru'ah. Muru'ah is what's socially considered to be good as well. So the Sharia consider it what's good, and good according to reason, and good according to social customs. Muru'ah, very important for us to keep that in mind. And then al-intidam, and that is huwa taqdirul amur wa tartibuha bihasb al-masalih. Very important, is the arranging and ordering of affairs in accordance with the procurement of goods, of masalih. And so this is an iffa. Why is this an iffa? Because you're expressing some type of refraining. In all of these, like what's the common thing in these virtues, right? You can see at the basis of these virtues, you're refraining from doing something. You're not just jumping, and that's shahwa, right? But here, you're just not jumping, you're actually pausing and you're reflecting before engaging on this act. So intidam, in order for you to arrange your affairs in a way that's in accordance with what's good, so you can acquire your goods and what you're seeking, you have to stop. You have to think, right? You have to refrain yourself from actually doing an act and thinking beforehand, right? So that's intidam. And then liberality is sakha, right? And that's what he's talking about. Sakha here is giving what is appropriate to who is deserving. So you have to know what to give, not only what to give, but who to give it to. And you have to make sure what you're giving is appropriate to that person. That's what's called a sakha in its true sense. And here there's some detail. So there's some subspecies of liberality. And so karam, which is generosity, but that's where you give with ease. And you actually take pleasure in giving. Right? So sometimes you'll give and you're like, I'm fighting my nafs, so I'm going to give. And you don't. But there's a state people reach where they give easily, but that's where they find pleasure in. They want to give. And if they don't give, and this is the Prophet ﷺ, he wouldn't sleep unless he gave everything, away that he had extra. In other words, when you have things and you don't give them to people, you actually feel perturbed about this and you feel some inner turbulence. But here, the pleasure is you actually experience happiness and pleasure when you give things to other people. Altruism, right, ithad, is preferring others while not fulfilling one's own needs. Right, that's a true type of, that type of sacrifice is very difficult, and this is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praised people in the Quran, in Surah Al-Hashr, where He says, وَيُؤْثِرُونَ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ وَلَوْ كَانَ بِهِ خَصَاصَةٌ, that they prefer others to themselves, despite it being them acquiring a loss. It was a loss to them to prefer others in certain things to them. And so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praised this. This is ithad. And this is one of the most significant virtues that poses a challenge for Darwinism. Like Darwinism tries to, when you look at evolutionary theory and how they explain human behavior, when they see human beings performing altruistic acts, they're just perplexed. And why would they do that? Because it goes against, according to Darwinism, our good, our telos, and Darwinists believe we don't have a telos, but some of them are trying to say, no, we actually do, and that's survival. Survival is a human telos. And if that is the case, in the Darwinian framework, the human telos is survival, and it's not just a human telos, it's a telos for all animals, is survival. How do you make sense of altruism? How do you make sense of altruistic beliefs? Why would someone hurt their own survival for the sake and promote someone else's survival at the expense of their own? That doesn't make sense from a Darwinian point of view. Now, they know this is a big problem, so what they did is, they'll try to come up with arguments to show altruistic behavior can work in a Darwinian framework, but they're not really convincing arguments, to be honest. And then, then in the end, in order to explain it, even in Darwinian framework, they have to bring in some sort of understanding of human telos that's not just survival, right? It's beyond survival, in order to explain altruistic behavior in human beings. So, but this is an important point to keep in mind with al-ithad. And then benevolence is nubul, and this is joyful spending. And he's not meaning going out to the mall and buying whatever you want here. Rather, what he's meaning here is that when you do spend, you experience surur, you experience happiness, right? And this is in Surah Al-Insan. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَيُطْعِمُونَ الطَّعَامَ عَلَى حُبِّهِ مِسْكِينًا وَيَتِيمًا وَأَسِيرًا. That the person is doing is ala al-hub, Because many people, they will give food or all that, but they kind of want it for themselves, or there's a type of, they don't want to give that to somebody, or they'll give it begrudgingly. But here, you reach a state where you actually love and you feel happiness when you do so. So it's that. And then al-muwasa. Al-muwasa is where, is beneficence. And this is where you're spending on your friends. Ma musharak, spending on one's friends. Well, muwasa, he says, وَهِيَ أَنْ يَكُونَ مَعَ مُشَارَكَةِ الْأَصْدِقَاءِ. Now, that you're spending, I translate spending on one's friends, but it could also be spending with one's friends, so you collectively will agree to spend on for a certain cause. That's muwasa. Now, and the fifth is samaha. Samaha is munificence, and that's voluntary spending. Badlu ma la yajibu tafaddulan. But here you're spending on one's friends, but not friends, but you're spending that which is not required. Because sometimes you need to spend because someone has needs, very legitimate needs. But other times you may spend on someone and they don't have a need to. You're going beyond what's required, right, of spending. And so this is munificence. This is known as the samaha. And then al-musamaha is tarku ma la yajibu tanazzuhan. Right, it's kind of the opposite of this in some ways. Is where it's remissiveness, where you're overlooking what is required to be spent. Tarku ma la yajibu tanazzuhan. Yeah, what he means here by this is that if you spend money or you give wealth to somebody, you give them a certain sum of money, what's required is that they pay you that money back. Here, you kind of overlook that. Say, okay, don't worry about the money that you owe me. Don't worry about that. That's showing remissiveness, right, in this case. That's what he means here by musamaha. Tarku ma la yajibu tanazzuhan. It's overlooking what is required to be spent. So in other words, this person is required to pay you money back for what you've given to them, and that's the tanazzuhan. Now, we have 10 minutes, but let's see here. So justice, it's very interesting, justice. He says justice is a term which combines all virtues, right? And this is that idea of whole justice, not partial justice, right? So it's when he says, the virtue of justice comes about when you possess all of the virtues that he just has preceded, that had preceded us. And it also has species, though. And it's really interesting. The first one is friendship, right? That's actually a virtue from justice coming about, not from iffah, not from wisdom, not from courage, but friendship. And so how does he define friendship? He goes, mahabbatun sadiqatun. It's pure love between two individuals having no other objective. Your own, bihaythu la yashubuha gharad. There's no ulterior motive for why you love that individual. It's just, you just love that individual, and it's pure love, having no other objective. And he prefers the friend over himself in all that is good. وَيُؤْثِرُهُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ فِي الْخَيْرَاتِ. That's friendship, right? And that's a pretty difficult level of friendship, right? But in other words, and that's where you think about your relationships with different people, and you can discern who is a friend in this sense, and who is acquaintance, or who are people you just. But here he's defining it as someone who loves somebody for no other reason, right, other than loving them for the qualities they possess, and then they prefer that person. And this is a hadith, a very beautiful hadith, of the seven who will earn Allah's shade on the Day of Judgment. And then he says, "Ayn al-mutahabbuna bi jalali," right? Where are those who loved each other for my sake, for my, اليوم أظلهم في ظلي يوم لا ظل إلا ظلي. He goes, today I will grant them my shade in which there is no other shade except for my shade. So those who love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala love each other for no other purpose than Allah. That's a very high degree of friendship, right? And this, to show that how special this and rare and difficult this is, look at the reward. The reward is high because it's a difficult act to really love somebody and have a friend in this sense. And then, but it comes under justice. It's very interesting, right? It's very interesting why he puts it as a species of justice. Yes, sir?
What is meant by the word khayrat in this definition, and how does it fit with the command in the Quran to compete in good actions?
No, khayrat here it means wealth.
Okay.
Because the word, like in the Quran, in taraka khayran, right? Khayr in the Quran, and many times it means mal, wealth. وَإِنَّهُ لِحُبِّ الْخَيْرِ لَشَدِيدٌ. Khayr means wealth, right? So in other words, you prefer this friend in matters of wealth and everything and all that. It's a pretty high level of friendship. Now, and then, al-ulfa, right? Having concord between friends is the agreeing of opinions and mutually fulfilling the needs of livelihood. Right? اتفاق الأعراف المعاونة على تدبير المعاش. So in other words, here is that there's agreement, right? And when you're talking about, well, how should we fulfill our needs and living together and this and that between husband and wife or family, brother and sister, parents and all that, there's ulfa, there's agreement in the opinions. And fidelity, adhering to sharing with others and fulfilling the rights of those who associate with one. That's al-wafa, right? It's showing is fidelity, very important. And a tawaddud, amiability, is seeking the love of one's friends by doing that which brings about love. So you do those acts that bring about love, and then you're trying to bring about, so you do acts that result in people loving each other, and so having that tawaddud, right? And so people who always do that, you see that they always do acts, very, very beautiful acts to people without asking them or without them asking those acts to be done, and it just does nothing but engender love for that person, right? That's tawaddud. And then remuneration, now the fifth one, right? Now, al-mukafa'a, and that's, he says, is to return a good deed in equal measure or more, right? مقابلة الإحسان بمثله أو زيادة. And then fair cooperation is observing fairness in transactions. Now, and then good repayment, right? Very beautiful. So husnul, no, it's just, off one. Husnul sharika. Yeah, that's the fifth one. Husnul qada. So when you owe somebody money, right, recompensing without regret or keeping score. Sorry, good repayment, recompensing without regret, and keeping score of favors. So without doing those two. In other words, that when you when you give money to people, right, it's not that you should always remind them, oh, remember I gave you money that time, or remember, I helped you move from your house to this. Like, you always remind them, and they're kind of like, okay, I wish I never asked you, in the first place. And so this is what the idea here is, that when you don't keep score of favors, and the Quran really has spoken really against this, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تُبْطِلُوا صَدَقَاتِكُمْ بِالْمَنِّ وَالْأَذَى. Don't invalidate your charity, acts of charity, by menna. Menna is reminding people, keeping score, right? And adha, like harming people, like, and then the person's like, well, you just keep your charity. You're causing me so much harm by, grievance by what you've given. So, you always remind them, always reminding people, I did this for you. Remember I did that for you. Remember I did this for you, and that invalidates the deeds that you've done for them. Yes, sir.
How do you balance that with, say, for example, so you did all these favors for someone, and then there comes a time where you need a favor, and they kind of let you down ungratefully.
Yeah.
How do you balance that?
No, if you ask them and they say they don't repay the favor, I say, okay, that's fine. That's their loss, right? I mean, they're not able to recognize, Or, if you have a good opinion, which perhaps we should, right? Maybe they're just not able to say no. And they're out of hayat, they're like, oh my God, he's done so much for me and he's asking me this one thing, but I really can't do it. How do I, maybe they have a reason for saying no, or they just don't want to confess certain things. But if they, in the end of the day, if they're not repaying that favor, okay, that's between them and Allah then, they should feel some sort of shukr, gratitude. And that should encourage them to, if they can't help you, they should say, look, I can't help you, but I'll find somebody who can help you, like to fulfill your need that you're asking for them. Yeah. But you shouldn't walk away and say, God, I helped that guy so much, he can't even do this. That's kind of, that's not a good, thought to have.
Sorry, just to I guess flesh it out more. What if there's a sense of disrespect on their side, where they actively have malice towards you when they say no? Is that something you point out to them?
If with the niyyah of nasiha, that could be, yeah. And you can say, look, I really don't want you to do anything for me, but consider, just to be careful when if it was somebody else, you did this to, don't do this to somebody else, But make sure your you're doing it out of nasiha, out of advice, don't do it to get back at them, because that's just that's not a virtuous act then. But if you make your niyyah that you're doing out of nasiha to somebody, and you're saying, okay, just don't worry about me, but don't do this to anybody else, because the other person may not be as nice as I am or something, or may not act the same way, don't want to claim you're nice either, It's very difficult. The I is the problem, the ego. That's why some of the mashayikh actually, when I know one of my sheikhs, he told me that his sheikh told him he couldn't use the word I for 16 years to cure his ego. He couldn't say I. So he couldn't say, I wrote this, I did, because then it's a very big door for. So part of his tarbiyah, his training, discipline was to not say the word I at all. It's difficult. So yeah, don't, when you do things like this, be careful, of how you, but make sure you're niyyah. Make dua to Allah before you do it. Say, Allah, I'm just doing it for the sake, maybe make me do it for sincere reasons. And inshallah, that's true, and then Allah will make that happen for you, inshallah. Yeah, that's difficult. We're a big test for each other, human beings. Maintaining kinship bonds, mashallah, very, very important. Silatul Rahim. And that is where you allow relatives to share in good works, right? To share in good works, that's very important. And people who are close to you, right? It's and your relatives is very important to make sure that you maintain good relationships with them. Now, and then sympathy. So this is here's sympathy. That's a shafaqah, and he defines as focusing one's concern to removing what is disliked from people. So people, they're doing things that's disliked, and you want to remove that from people. That's a shafaqah, having sympathy for them. Rectification, right? And that's al-islah, arbitrating between parties in order to avoid quarrels. That's where justice. So you see this type of, justice coming in. That's kind of the forms that we understand of it. Then reliance on God, right? At-tawakkul, and that is where avoiding matters not under human capacity, right? So in other words, you can't do this, then don't, and it's not in your capacity to do this act, then don't do that, right? It's that if you don't have the capacity to do this act, then don't do it, and then rely upon Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instead. Now then submission to God, right? Taslim, and that is submitting to the command of God Most High and not objecting to what one does not agree with, right? Al-inqiyad li amri Allah wa tarkul i'tirad fima la yula'im. So something happens that you don't agree with, you don't start accusing God of things, right? This is called submitting to God in this sense, submitting to the decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Of course, if it's against the Sharia, then you have to act to remove it. But the fact that it's from Allah, you accept that dimension of it. Contentment, al-rida, the joy of the soul in what is granted to one, and what misses one without aversion. Now, and then worshipful devotion, right? Al-ibadah, right? Ibadah is part, and that's the veneration of God, the veneration of His friends, and the obedience to the commands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Al-ibadah is ta'zim Allah wa ahlihi, naam, wa imtithali awamirihi. Aywa. So, alhamdulillah, at least we finished the first article. There's, hopefully there'll be another time to do the rest. But he talks about how to acquire virtue. So this is kind of more practical in the sense that, when you, how can you obtain virtue? if you don't possess the virtue? And how do you obtain the virtue, or how do you keep the virtue once you obtain it? And the character trait, how do you, and so, he'll mention things like, once you possess a virtue, you have to work to preserve it by keeping the company of those nobles who possess the virtue, avoiding the company of those who don't possess the virtue. You should, he should be careful regarding giving himself to sensual pleasures, jokes, and argumentation. He should discipline his soul by undertaking doctrinal, ilmiya, and discursive exercises. Right? You should recall it. And so there's a lot of practical things that he gives in order to make sure that, one of the interesting things, he should choose, 2.3, he should choose his truest friends who will make him aware of his faults, right, and seek out statements of his enemies, thereby coming to know his own faults. So listen to what your enemies say about you is probably true, right? And then, that, and because they're not going to, if they're probably going to, because while your enemies are looking for your faults, right? So they're probably going to see things that you might not see. And he should also study the faults of people in order to avoid them. And if he observes any lackness in himself, he should bring his soul under control by undertaking difficult, strenuous spiritual exercises. And so he goes into a lot of that in the next sections. Alhamdulillah, I know it was just a 5-hour excursion, to this. Hopefully it will encourage us, and we'll get opportunities in the future to finish this entire text, inshallah. It's definitely worth it, I feel. Allah give us tawfiq, and Allah grant us husn al-khuluq, inshallah, on this. Inshallah. Are there any questions? Yes, sir.
About the meaning of vicegerency that you gave at the beginning.
Khilafa, yes.
Is it the only meaning, is it the one and only meaning that we should have for this word or this concept, or is there other interpretations?
What Ar-Raghib Isfahani is given, that pretty much is the standard interpretation. There is a debate amongst the ulama. There's a discussion. In the sense that, can we say that the human beings are khalifatu anillah fil ard, or khalifatullah fil ard, or are they khalifa ba'duhum min ba'd? Yani, so there is a debate on this issue, and so that you'll find different. And some ulama say you cannot say human beings are a khalifa of Allah on this earth. You can't say it in this sense. And what he means here by khalifa in this verse, and what we're talking about, it's not the khalifa, the caliph. That's different, right? Because that's khalifa an Rasulillah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? So he's not talking about the caliph in particular here, but he's talking about just the function of human beings in general. Like one of their is assuming this role of a khalifa, and that's how Ar-Raghib Isfahani explains it. And that's a very accepted interpretation of the verse, yeah. But there are others. There are others that you will encounter in the tafsirs and all of that, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, when you were talking about tribulation, someone facing tribulation, like if they're smooth sailing and life is good, there's no real test of virtue, right? But if they're faced with some hardship, then there's a test of virtue, like are they able to, do they have the character to overcome it and still be in good relationship with Allah? But if they do face that tribulation, would you agree that it's more so for the person themselves to realize if they were sincere than for Allah to see? Because Allah knows already if this person will pass the test or not.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already knows, but it's for themselves and others to know, to manifest their sincerity, right? Or so this, it's not so Allah can determine if they're sincere or not. No, it's just that Allah knows if they're sincere or not. But it's for them to either, maybe they weren't, but perhaps this is the time where they can become sincere, right? Or it's a time for them, they didn't know their degree of sincerity. And so they can grow and they can realize their degree of sincerity, and perhaps they say, oh, I need to work on that, And so that's what it's for, yeah. There's no quantitative measure, for that. It's more of just a qualitative, sense of that. That a person is sincere? Well, yeah. I mean, how they respond to that tribulation is a major indicator. So in the sense that if they start blaming God, if they lose adab with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they start to say, why me, why is it always happening? Like, that's a bad sign. That's a sign that they got to work on themselves. Having adab with Allah is accepting Allah has put them through this, and a sign that they're sincere is when they are in these difficulties, they turn to Allah. Say, Allah, you put me through this, Allah, get me out of this. And, grant me the patience, during this time. So seeking Allah's help to get them out of this situation, that's a sign they're sincere. But when they start to start to respond in a way that's lacking adab and respond in a way where they start to blame God and things like this, that's a really, when 9/11 happened in the States, I remember there were, different people responded in different ways to 9/11. What was interesting was that there was a group of rabbis, I was listening to their response, and they said it very clearly, we're angry at God. Why would God do this? Like, yeah, Saddam, So, okay. And that's how they responded. I'm angry at God. It's like, okay, who are you? Really, you're angry at God. These are rabbis, though. They're not just your average, your average Jew. These are their rabbis who responded that way. That's a very unfortunate response. And according to the hadith, you see that, right? That Allah acts with people in accordance with what their dhan of Allah is. So if you're angry at God and you believe He's this, that's how He's going to be with you. And that's why one of the most precious gifts a person can be given by Allah is having a good opinion of Allah. Having husn dhan billah. Giving God the benefit of the doubt. It's probably something we don't know that He does. So let's not, and so that's one of the biggest gifts you can be given, is having a good opinion of Allah. And I've met people who they've gone through, they were in situations of war and stuff like this, and some people turned out increase in their yaqeen and trust of Allah. And other people responded differently. They responded like this, if God really cared, He would have done something. That's kind of their, and that's having bad adab with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And you also have to wait. Some people, that might be their initial reaction. But after 6 months, you're like, astaghfirullah, I shouldn't have said that. And Allah forgives, So people are different, and you have to be careful how to respond to people. And you have to just kind of be wise in how you interact with people going through difficulties. And, not everybody has the degree of patience or clemency or, that is required. And people have to. That's why Allah puts you through these experiences so you can develop those. Maybe when you're 20 years old, a person, they're very impatient and they'll say things. But when they're 40, 50, 60, khalas, because they've gone through so many things, that's when they acquire these. And better late than never, right, to acquire, these characters. But it took them that much time to acquire certain traits, that they needed to. So people have different responses, Sayyidina Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, we shared this in the khutbah, Sayyidina Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu to the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. His response was the response of the Prophet ﷺ, pure taslim to what the Prophet ﷺ decided. I mean, even though the policies that they agreed upon were outwardly very disadvantageous to the Muslims, that if a Muslim comes to Mecca, we're not going to return them, and if a mushrik comes to Medina, you have to return. The Prophet ﷺ agreed to those. Sayyidina Omar's response was different, and so everybody has their mizaj, and everybody. So we have to keep that in mind with people, and take into account people's mizaj. You can't just throw the hammer of this high akhlaq to people. It's difficult. Sheikh Faraz is here, so I have to stop talking. So we end, inshallah? Or? No. Oh, okay. So, yeah, inshallah, we'll give a chance to, we'll get a chance in the future to complete the text. Actually, I have Sheikh Faraz, just ask him to do it, so mashallah, he embodies this, so that's all you need.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So we wanted to thank Shaykh Dr. Omar Qureshi for this wonderful topic. And it's something that inshallah, we should all make it's a lifetime commitment to always be working towards acquiring both from the practical aspect of working on it, but also from the aspect of always being connected to learning about akhlaq, and there's, from all the different dimensions of it. As you know, on Sundays and tomorrow, there's a wonderful class with Ustad Amjad Tarsin, Coffee and Connections, where it's a class discussing prophetic character from a beautiful work by Habib Umar bin Hafiz. And all these opportunities to be working on ourselves on this topic, we should hold fast to. Shaykh Omar will be there for the Coffee and Connections class tomorrow. And there's also Face Off, by the way. Ustad Amjad and I. It's my third attempt to compete with him on it. But inshallah, we'll be having a Face Off as well on the coffee component. So that's tomorrow at 10 a.m. And Shaykh Omar will be here for the Connections class. And you're welcome to attend, even if you're not part of the Connections class. Alhamdulillah, the Steps class, class, we're now in week 10, and Shaykh Omar will be sharing some insights there as well. Alhamdulillah, we've got a very good Ramadan program coming up, so stay tuned for that. We just confirmed with Dr. Muzaffar Iqbal, who's one of the very respected Muslim intellectual, who was the editor of what's the journal called again? The
Islam and Science.
Islam and Science journal. He's the editor-in-chief of the Integrated Islamic Encyclopedia project. So we'll be having a fundraiser with him at the beginning of the month. We're also having we're also doing programming for orphan sponsorship with Islamic Relief in Ramadan. Sheikh Yahya is coming. We'll be doing, as we do each year, for many years now. Each week we do one fundraising iftar for an external organization. So we'll be fundraising for Sheikh Yahya's al-Maqasid as well. We've been partnering, as you know, with the Global Deaf Muslims. The Steps class is translated for our deaf brothers and sisters, both those who attend in person, but we're recording the whole Steps certificate for deaf Muslims. So it'll be available in video for them, inshallah ta'ala, around the world. So we'll be doing a fundraiser for the Global Deaf Muslims, because it's a wonderful project. We're also doing something with the Muslim chaplaincy, which is one of the really excellent projects in our community. And alhamdulillah, don't complain about Ramadan. Our community is building right now, and the fact that there's so many people who are asking, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. And we should strive to have the prophetic attitude, which is that the desert Arabs would call out after battles that come, because Muhammad gives with the giving of one who does not fear poverty, right? So there's a lot of khair in our community, so many amazing projects and initiatives, and we should support them, and don't wait till Ramadan to support them, right? If you could give out every dollar that you plan to give in Ramadan, today you would have greater reward than giving it in Ramadan. So, yeah, because khairul birri ajiluhu.
There you go.
Right? He said, Ya Rab, I would have given it to Ramadan. I don't know if I'm going to live till then. Yeah. There's people in need. Someone's dying. You say, you know what? I'm going to feed you in Ramadan. I'll give you a glass of water in Ramadan. I'll have more reward. It doesn't make sense, right? Someone's in desperate need. Help them now. So there's a lot of khair, but don't be of those who complain. There's a lot of good happening in our community. If you can help people do it better, help them, right? Help them, because many people, they're doing the best they can. This is the way they could figure it out. They're still stuck with donation boxes. It may not be the most efficient way of giving their charity, but put some money in it, right? If you have any. So so we have a full Ramadan program coming. We have Sheikh Yahya, Sheikh Waleed coming in person, Dr. Muzaffar Iqbal, Dr. Ingrid Madsen, and others, inshallah, that will be announcing bifadlillahi ta'ala. We do need volunteers for Ramadan, and there's a sign up at the front for that. Alhamdulillah, we've got a good volunteer management program for Ramadan, like last year as well. But we do need hands on deck. It takes a lot because we have daily potluck iftars and so on. And if you're just hanging out somewhere and you want to eat iftar, join us, bring some food. Even if you're slacker, don't want to bring food, there's others who will bring it for you. But welcome, inshallah ta'ala. Jazakallah khair for coming. Yeah. You have the text and translation as well. Spend time with this. We'd like to thank Shaykh Omar again for coming. We hope to see more of Shaykh Omar here in Toronto. And Shaykh Omar is a very principled man. He doesn't make commitments he can't fulfill. There's only one problem with that. He doesn't make too many commitments. Right? So if you go on Seekers Hub Global, you'll notice many facts related to Shaykh Omar Qureshi and Seekers Hub Global. But you won't find many courses related to Shaykh Omar Qureshi. So if we did like a democratic vote regarding his choices, I'll guess to venture that many people would be interested in seeing something like this offered as a course, right? Because of how important it is, right? So inshallah, we'll be seeing more of that as well. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. You can follow writings of Shaykh Omar Qureshi in the Zaytuna journal that has its renovation with the N in renovation. So it's called what?
Renovatio.
Renovatio, right? So it's renovation with the L being renovated. And he has a number of excellent articles. It'll make you think. Don't read them before you go to sleep. It'll give you a headache. Alhamdulillah, it's a beautiful journal. It's a very good initiative of Zaytuna. So, and Shaykh Omar, of course, as you know, is part of the faculty of Zaytuna College, one of the projects that is, a beacon of hope for our communities here in the West. Pray for its success. It's the vision of Sheikh Hamza Yusuf, Imam Zaid, and such luminaries. Shaykh Omar is involved with the master's program there. And we should always be praying for these great projects, that Allah grant them success, that they produce scholars and callers and intellectuals and servants of our community and of humanity who are ambassadors of good. So keep, all these projects. Don't be a critic. If there's a project there's a concern with, pray for them. Give charity. See, can I help in some way? If you can't help that project, see something where you can give some time in. Be of those who act, and that's where the reward is. Barakallahu ta'ala fikum. We have pizza, and there's a kid sitting next to the pizza. Make dua for him. He didn't have a slice. I'm waiting for everyone else. So may Allah teach us adab as well. I would have jumped in. So did a little child, but he bit down on a hot pepper. So alhamdulillah. So enjoy the pizza. Barakallahu fikum.
Make dua before we end.
Okay. Shaykh Omar wants to make dua.
No, we should, I'm saying.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu wa sallam wa baraka ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi sallam. Allah, we ask you that we be of those who are grateful for the blessing of faith, for the blessing of guidance, for the blessing of knowledge of this religion, of knowledge of the good. We ask you, O Allah, that we be of those who are grateful for these blessings and who strive to retain and nurture and bring these blessings to their fruition in our character and in our conduct and in our actions and in our speech and in our relationships, so that we make good our relating to you and that we make good our relating to your creation, Ya Rabbil Alameen, that we become embodiments of good and that we strive to remove from our own character and conduct and dealings all that which distances us from you, distances us from the example of your Prophet ﷺ. We ask you, O Allah, that you overlook our errors and you Transform every shortcoming that distances from you to a virtue that is a means of closeness to you. Ya Rabbil Alameen, we ask you that you place deep concern for you in our hearts and deep concern for your beloved messenger, deep concern for you, for the Quran, deep concern for all your creation. Ya Rabbil Alameen, we ask you that you grant us of the prophetic concern that kept the Prophet ﷺ up at night in urgent prayer for the good of his ummah. Ya Rabbil Alameen, we ask you that you grant us that deep spiritual concern that made the Prophet ﷺ stand deep into the depths of the night in prayer, so much so that his feet would swell. We ask you that you grant us that prophetic attitude that made him respond when asked that, why are you doing this, Ya Rasulullah? He said, should I not be a truly grateful servant? We ask you that we be true servants and that we be truly grateful and that we attain the highest degrees of gratitude, Ya Rabbil Alameen, the highest degrees of love, the highest degrees of concern, and the highest embodiments of every quality beloved to you, Ya Rabbil Alameen. We ask you that you make us keys of good and locks against all that is of harm for us or for anything in existence, Ya Rabbil Alameen. We ask you that you make all our efforts means of expressing our gratitude to you and our gratitude to all those who have rights over us, of our teachers and our parents and all those who have done good to us. We ask you that you place no malice in our hearts so that we always want good, even those at enmity to us, Ya Rabbil Alameen. Ya Akram al-Akrameen, Allahumma arhamna warham ummata Sayyidina Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Allahumma haqqiq li ummati Sayyidina Muhammadin kulla khair, wadfa anhum kulla shar, wa la taj'al fitnatahum fid deen. We ask you, O Allah, that you grant ease, assistance, and facilitation to all those in difficulty and distress, all those in oppression and hardship, that you grant us trueness of concern for others, Ya Rabbil Alameen, expressed through our prayer, expressed through our giving in charity, expressed through our taking the means that we do have to facilitate good, to prevent harm, Ya Rabbil Alameen, Ya Akram al-Akrameen, and that you grant us the clarity of faith to see things as they are and to respond to things in the ways beloved to you, Ya Rabbil Alameen. وصلي وسلم وبارك على مجامع الحقائق سيدنا ونبينا محمد خير الخلائق وآله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا والحمد لله رب العالمين. Of course, مجامع الحقائق, the one who gathered all, it's the name of a Hanafi usul book. I had to mention something Hanafi in the presence of a staunch Shafi'i. May Allah forgive him. I resisted the urge to use other Hanafi referentials for the Prophet ﷺ, right? Because he was sent with the Hanifi way, بُعِثْتُ بِالْحَنِفِيَّةِ السَّمْحَةِ, right? Right? But, no, alhamdulillah.